Two, 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 two. 222, it's the Money Booty Show. It's my motherfucking show. Time to shoot somebody with the fucking strap. Here. Yeah. I'm just trying to be nice to the bitch so she can fucking, just represent. Two. It's the Money Booty Show. My motherfucking show. The Money Booty Show. It's my motherfucking show. The Money Booty Show. It's the Money Booty Show. It's my motherfucking show. The Money Booty Show. It's the Money Booty Show. It's my motherfucking show. The Money Booty Show. It's my motherfucking show. It's the Money Booty Show. It's my motherfucking show. The Money Buddha Show. It's my motherfucking show. It's the Money Buddha Show. It's my motherfucking show.
Una bestialidad o yo. Ahorita demuestro para que tú lo veas ahí. Les falta un cero, les falta un cero.
What happens at the zoo? They're moving, no leaps and bounds, but they are moving forward. I like they, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see where we sit. And then pick tomorrow. Got a couple minutes here.
It's the Money Buddha Show.
We'll be watching the wire. The markets are going to be moving it all. I know that we've got, right now we got the...
That LZ's solid. Copy your LZ.
Sellers come in pretty strong right after that high. But the buyers are back. I think they came back from lunch. And also in the crude right now, 62, 60.
Grizzly Lord, Grizzly Lord.
First of all, is this here?
Prepare for contact
Is this a scheduled?
and engage the enemy.
Oh, he's going to be speaking here. Paul's going to be speaking.
This is the Bunny Buddha Show.
Is there an agenda?
It's my motherfucking
He's
show.
going to be talking here. He's here in
The
Chicago.
Bunny
Economic
Buddha
Clinic.
Show.
So,
Cut
it's
unfiltered.
live or Memorex.
Uncut and unfiltered, the Money Buddha Show for
Let's take a look at
president.
the wire, see if anything did hit the wire here. Here we go. Powell.
It's the
We are well
Money
positioned to wait
Buddha
for greater
Show for
clarity before
President.
considering changes to the policy.
Talking, smoking on the drove. And why you quelling with your hoe?
Seen it fall to 55 billion, lowest since
Don't you know
2021.
you gotta go to the Money Buddha Show?
In here,
Money Buddha
in
Show.
here real quick, and sit back and see
It's
what
the Money
else
Buddha
he's got to say.
Show.
I'm watching the wire here right now.
Anyone expect
anything?
Don't you wanna smoke some drove while you're hanging with your hoe?
Right?
That would be pretty big.
It's the
That would
Money
be
Buddha Show.
shotgun
It's
marriage.
It's not gonna count
Don't
out.
you wanna smoke some drove?
There it goes.
Just
And
hit a
hang
couple
out
dollars.
with your fucking bros.
There we go.
I'll drop out there.
And you never know which way.
Falling out of bed here. 53.33 low here right now.
Be a buyer in the ES is around 52.97. If we get down that far.
All
So we have a
tactical
big-
unit bros.
big pivot point down
It's
there.
the Money Buddha Show. I'm coming in for rendezvous. Oh.
Fed, Powell's talking about U.S. economy is solid despite heightened uncertainty and downside risk. He also says the strong first quarter imports are to weigh on the GDP growth, something to take note about. Also, growth likely slowed in the first quarter.
Your hands. It's the Money Buddha. Contact all auxiliary units engaged. Contact. Contact.
Labor market is solid, broadly in balance, not contributing.
Engage the enemy.
Here we may find ourselves
Reload.
in a scenario that mandates
Make
intention.
contact with the enemy.
Okay.
Somewhere over there.
Type in Powell live.
Sniper fire.
I read that as this is all Trump's fault. That's how I'm reading that.
Well, whoever was sitting in that seat, yeah. Sharp decline in business
Fire
and household
wheel.
sentiment, as well as elevated uncertainty and reflecting the trade policy concerns.
Make war with the
We can't
enemy.
have a strong labor market without price stability.
It's the I'm out of
Well, we
ammo
got to break
show.
up new lows.
It's the out of ammo show.
Pretty well.
Contact. Come out with your hands up. Show me your hands.
You got the 18,460.
All units
I have a
reload
little
and
something
engage. This is not a
18,422
drill.
and then
Lobby
18,300.
Ukraine. Lobby
20,
Ukraine.
22 would have been beautiful.
I think we can still get there.
Multiple bogey show.
I
You
have
keep taking all
350s.
my ammo,
I have
bro.
18 350s.
No ammo show.
Right, some more comments coming out here. Administration
Multiple
policies.
bogeys. All units
involving-
prepared to engage.
and
Come out with your
entry
hands
highly
up.
Uncertain. interest rate futures were a little changed after the release of Fed policy.
This is Special Tactical Director Buddha. Come out with your hands up.
We're all positioned to wait for more clarity for the time being.
Shots fired. We got Marines down. Multiple Marines down. Multiple Marine down. Contact, contact. Finish near bring that graga. Contacto, contacto.
Yeah.
Come out with your hands up. All tactical units be advised. Break contact, break contact. Uh-oh, I got eyes on the target. Show me your hands. I got him. We got a runner. We got a runner.
11.
Sniper fire. Contact. Contact. Sniper fire.
This market. Same breakdown.
How did you not die? That's fucking thermite. Boy, you stepped right on that thermite.
Everything here. I found 500.
Oh, how did he not get burnt alive by the thermite?
Downside
It's
now.
the Money Buddha No Thermite Working Show.
22s and an 18. But 18350 was the nice number.
Get some more comments here. Talking about inflation. Facts. Shares could be more persistent depending on ultimately on inflation expectations.
You know it's a recession, dog. Donald Trump is in there fucking got a recession, boy. Money Buddha eating
So some of this was prepared.
You know it's a recession. It's a goddamn.
I'm wondering if you could.
It's a goddamn recession, nigga. I'm eating a TV dinner. Oh, we done lost all my units. I lost my squadron.
I would surely hope so. He's speaking here in Chicago.
Not surprised at a little bounce here, Dakota. I mean, we went straight down 150 points. So.
Hey guys, here we go. I think Mr. Powell is taking the podium right now. I'm gonna pipe in some volume here for you guys.
All right, JD. We'll see what he's got to say new as far as everything else. This has been a prepared speech that I have here. Thank you, JD.
Thanks for that kind introduction.
You're welcome.
Target down!
That's the outlook for the monetary. So, at the Fed, we are always focused on the dual mandate goal. Despite heightened uncertainty outside,
Order filled.
the U.S. economy is still in the south. The labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but is still running a bit above. Turning briefly to the incoming data, we'll get the initial reading on first quarter GDP in a couple of weeks. The data we have seen so far suggests that growth has slowed in the first quarter.
Order filled.
This year appears at a solid pace. Despite strong motor vehicle sales, overall consumer spending appears to have grown less. In addition, strong
Visual on
imports
enemy.
in the first quarter
It's the Money Buddha Show. It's the keep my account going show. Average down, you never know. Spike that ball and get out, bro.
elevated uncertainty largely reflecting trade policy. Upside forecasts for the full
Love that one.
and for the most part, point to continued slowing, but still positive growth. We are closely tracking incoming data. Also, open businesses continue.
I'm gonna look, my team is still here. Keep going, bro. You're on the Money Buddha Show. You're famous.
Months of this year, on-farm payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. While job growth has slowed relative to
Wow, boy. Wow, boy. Wow, boy. Wow, boy.
that's kept the unemployment rate in a low and stable.
Money Buddha Show.
Meanwhile, the ratio of job openings to unemployed job seekers has remained
Fire wheel, soldier.
near its pre-pandemic level.
Money Buddha eating TV dinner show.
Rate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the labor market appears
You know it's hard times right now.
condition brought
Let me
in
say, I smoke crack. I'm smoking crack.
significant source of pressure. As for our price stability,
Oh, this tastes alright.
inflation has
That's kind of good.
significantly eased from
TV dinners just stepped their game up.
2022.
No, no.
Without the kind of painful rise in unemployment, frequently accompanied efforts to bring down high inflation.
Microwavable dinner show.
Continues at a gradual pace.
Bring me back to the live show.
Above our 2% objective. Estimates based on the most recent data from
Hell yeah, hit him with that shit. Well, they asked the Kingdom Come show.
3% over 12 months through March. And that excluding the volatile
Hit them with an airstrike show.
oil prices rose 2.6%. Looking ahead, looking forward, the new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policies.
Buy back your teammate show.
Trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and inflation,
Don't get shot in the back show.
Visual on buy station.
and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As we learn more, we will continue
Tagging
to
vehicle.
Shooters all around you show.
the level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effect, which will include higher inflation and slower growth.
U.S. government lies to you show.
Market
Getting a little political.
survey participants pointing
Watch out, somebody trying to kill you
to
show.
measures of longer-term inflation expectations, for the most part, appear to remain well anchored as well. Market-based break-evens continue to run close to 2%.
Illuminati wants your body show.
Gaining a better understanding of the policy changes, we'll have a better sense of the implications for the economy and hence for monetary policy. Tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation. Inflationary effects could.
Good TV dinner is fucking a 7 out of 10 show. Pretty goddamn decent show
And the size of
for a TV dinner show.
on how long it takes for them to pass through fully the prices, and ultimately on keeping longer term.
I ain't gonna lie, this motherfucking TV dinner, goddamn. God, what a goddamn. When they start fucking goddamn fucking putting a little bit of fucking care into the TV dinner. This shit is alright. TV dinner tastes good. Uh-oh. Good job, Brody Show. Now I come back to life and we're gonna die the after show. It's bullshit they don't let you buy your guns anymore from the goddamn buy station show. Bullshit. I gotta figure out why my stream is like fucking laggy, bro. Cause it's not my internet. It's something that I'm not clicking. It might be OBS's trash show. You get what you pay for a show. Motherfucker OBS give you what you pay for and shit. I see you, Brody. Don't run me over with that show. Thank you for bringing me a back to live show.
Alrighty, my friend.
Now we gotta go top 3 show.
Q&A.
Keep your head on the swivel show.
Thank you very much.
Act like I didn't see you just try to get into that window 2 times. I saw
We'll elaborate on that, of course, in the next
Nice.
40 minutes or so. I understand last time you were here, Melody Hobson interviewed you. Well, I'm a poor substitute, but I'll try and compensate in the quality of the questions.
You can do this, Brody.
As you repeatedly
You just gotta find a good place to hide.
Transparency.
Who said that?
I would like
It's
to
the
get
coward
more,
show.
From you
Wait
on
until
some-
everybody kills each other and pop out in the last fucking
As
goddamn
former
tack show.
banker, the only sort of caution I've been given by the economic club is to not lapse into simple time speak.
Don't tell my
So
mom
promise
show.
us not to do that. Let me start by saying you've guided the Fed in some really difficult events, including the pandemic, the dash for cash in March 2020.
Where's all the enemy show?
The banking crisis centered around Silicon Valley Bank. And then over the course of the last year, we've seen a growing possibility of a Fed-engineered soft landing. And now, it seems like everything has changed.
Yeah, what's up with that, pal? Fucking Fed chair pal is on the microphone right now. This bitch nigga. Bitch nigga doesn't care about us. care about America. I'm trying to make America great again.
Well, first of all, thank you for being
Black MAGA. I would call it MAGA.
The speech the appearance I did here was my very first appearance as chair 7.5 years ago. So
Damn, he been the chair for 7.5 years. You're a piece of shit, pal.
Putting it mildly.
What a real piece of shit, dog. I can't wait till you're out of there. You're worse than the Janet Nellen or whatever her name was. She was a real piece of work too.
2024 was a year where the economy grew 2.4%. Unemployment remained in the low fours, close to mainstream.
Yeah, bro. What's up with there's no combat? Is it just me?
Was running at the end of the year.
Is it just me or there's nobody in this map?
That we had, and I won't decide how to characterize that, but that's where things were. Where we are now, again to your question, is the administration is, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade now is the focus. And the effects of that are likely to move us away from our goals. So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go up.
That TV dinner kind of hit the spot though. Don't tell nobody. This nigga eating TV dinner.
So that's the strong likelihood. And you know, my hope.
Right, nigga, how you the money Buddha? Shit, it's a recession.
Always gonna be aiming for maximum.
It's a recession, nigga. I'm eating TV dinner. You gotta preserve capital. Preserve your capital.
And then, or at least not making any progress, and then we'll resume that progress as we can.
I gotta go look at that box though. That was a pretty damn good TV. Right.
I mean, you
That was almost
recognize
edible.
some of the effects
No,
of
TV
the
dinner is
tariffs
just like
will be one
blood.
that runs everybody. But you also have said that perhaps they will give room for a number of firms to raise prices. You mentioned rivals in washing machines.
TV dinner almost starting to taste like an MRE. A little MRE TV dinner show. Prepare for contact. Prepare for contact.
What's your sense about
This is not a drill.
inflation?
Come out with your hands up.
More persistent, and what would make them have effects on growth?
Well, kind of a simple starting point is a one tariff
Fire wheel.
that gets passed.
Come out with your hands up.
Inflation is just a one-time thing, so the price level.
Shots
goes
fired.
up, and that's it. But that can happen in some.
Show me your goddamn hands.
Depends on a number of things which we don't know.
Multiple bogeys, 25909 Westwood. Multiple shooters. Contact those. Shots fired.
Are larger than forecasters.
All tactical units. Take cover, bogey. Take cover, 2590909.
Upside case we look at.
Multiple shooters.
So that's one. The second one is how long does it take
Stand your
for
ground. Stand your ground.
tariffs to have their effects on inflation? To the extent it takes longer.
Show me your hands.
That
You Taliban.
the public will begin to.
You work for the Taliban. There he is. Contact. Hands. Target down. That's what I'm talking about. Hoorah. You fucking with the money. Buddha killed you show. Welcome to my show, motherfucker. You're on TV. Oh, how'd you go down, brethren? Oh, man, you know I can't go back there, bro. How'd you go down? You're supposed to stick to me. You're supposed to be with me forever.
That's a big part of our job.
What about the effects of
You said we would be together forever.
that, for example, have been currently applied in China? There's a fear that the supply chain will be disrupted, that firms may not be able to import their relevant stuff from China given the prices. If it turns into a supply shock, would the Feds respond different than if it was primarily something which affected?
Are you still in the game or did you leave me?
I actually had dinner at the Chicago Fed.
I'll buy you
last
back.
night, and with a number of
Buy you back, brother.
various parts of the Chicago Fed.
You
And
stay with me
many of
forever.
the CEOs of significant
loadout,
companies,
sorry.
and they,
Priorities.
this
Yeah,
uncertainty that
priorities,
they're feeling and the issue with imported components to their products is just a huge issue. But with if you look back at the pandemic, if you remember, there was a shortage of semiconductors, and that led to a shortage of cars, at a time of extremely high car demand. And it was a prolonged shortage because the production couldn't keep up. That led
No, hold your fire. I'm a goddamn Marine.
inflation. So when you think about supply disruptions, that is the
Multiple shooters. Combat. Contact 259er 9er Westwood. Contacto.
You can look at the car companies, which their supply chains will likely seem to be retracted.
Breaking contact.
Disrupted.
Grenade.
You would worry that process will take some years.
Shots fired.
The inflationary process might be expensive.
Hold your goddamn fire. I'm a Marine.
This is highly uncertain. We're thinking now, really before the tariffs have their effects, and how they might affect the economy, and that's why we're waiting really to see what the policies ultimately are, and then we can make a better assessment of what the economic effects will be.
Let's move to immigration. You talked about the labor markets being in reasonable equilibrium right now. Of course, what we've seen over the last few months, months of the previous administration.
Hands, some of your hands. How did they know I was there? All you niggas cheating. Them niggas are hacking, bro.
What's your sense on?
They were already all looking at me, bro.
Part of why growth was so strong in the last couple of years.
They fucking cheated us, wild boy.
And those people went to work. Hired them. There's a lot of demand. We're still working on the labor shortage. What's happened since the prior administration changed their policy?
They fucking cheated us, bro.
Immigration has fallen very sharply. Therefore, the growth of workers has really stopped. It's really stagnant. But at the same time, demand has also fallen.
Yeah.
So demand for workers, so payroll jobs
Yeah.
have also fallen, and they've kind of fallen in tandem, which is why the unemployment rate has been pretty stable for about a year. So, when demand and coincidentally, perhaps to some extent, demand and supply for workers has fallen. In terms of the effect on the labor market, right now we're still at full employment, and labor force participation is still strong. Wages have moved back down to levels that they're now pretty sustainable, given an assumption about productivity. So the labor market's in a really good place. Longer term, the effects of immigration are not thought to matter much for inflation. The effects on demand and supply will more or less cancel each other out. So we wouldn't expect there to be a big impact on inflation.
You've seen in recent weeks substantial talk about layoffs in government, as well as freezes in research establishments and universities in jobs. How soon and how big will this be in its impact on labor markets?
So it's too soon to say, but what I can say is, of course, the people being laid off in government, this is highly significant to them. We don't know how big that's going to be. Right now, it's not big enough to affect the workforce of 170 million people materially. In terms of the cutbacks in funding and for science and things like that, we do see in areas, advanced cities that have a lot of universities and research hospitals and research institutions, we're really hearing significant layoffs and significant impact on employment. I don't know how much that will live up to. And of course, in addition, cutting back on scientific research may have implications for economic growth, for productivity, for health, for all kinds of things. But those are very difficult to estimate.
Now, given that we're talking about the future, you may be confronted in the not so distant future with both higher levels of unemployment as well as potentially hiring. And of course, the policies that each one requires could be different. You talked a little bit at the podium about how the Fed would see these two and how it would address it. Just giving you a chance again to elaborate on that.
Right, so most of the time, when the economy is weak, inflation is low, and unemployment is high, both of those call for lower interest rates to support activity, and vice versa. So most of the time, the two goals are not in tension. And they're not really in tension now. The labor market is still small. But the shock that we're experiencing, the impulses we're feeling are for higher unemployment and higher inflation. And, our tool only does one of those two things at the same time.
This nigga lose
It's
$5
a
grand
difficult
again?
place for central banks, to be in terms of what to do. And so we then we'll ask, might there be different paces at which they would approach those goals? We'll look at those things and think about them, and we'll make what will no doubt be a very difficult judgment. Again, we're not experiencing that now, but we could well be in that situation, as I mentioned in my remarks.
Just want to pick up on a word that is often used today, uncertainty. As a respondent to a Dallas Fed survey said, I've never felt more uncertainty about my business in my entire 40+ years.
God damn.
The worry today is not just about immediate policy uncertainty, but an entire change in the US's economic philosophy. Not just policy uncertainty, so to speak, but structural uncertainty.
Where's my mom?
Now, one of the effects, as you've pointed out, of high levels of uncertainty is that firms postpone investment. For instance, even after the tariffs stabilize, firms that contemplate...
What's up? I see you, boss. Thanks for joining the show, J Prime. Come on, brother. Come right out with your boy.
Maybe by the next administration.
Come, you're on the money, boo, the show.
In your policies.
So let me just agree that what comes back very strongly.
Hold on, I'm in a big room. Hold on, I gotta.
These are very fundamental.
I gotta turn the volume up. The stream can hear you, but I can't hear you. I'm in my office.
There's not any real experience. I mean, the Smoot Hawley
I'm trying to call my mommy.
not this large, and they were 95 years ago, so there isn't a modern experience to think about this.
Like slide it down.
And businesses and households are saying in surveys that they're experiencing incredibly high uncertainty. There's a lot of research, some of it from the Fed, showing that does lead to businesses and households stepping back from decisions, which of course makes common sense. And you hope that that's something that you go through a phase, and then you know what things become more certain, and therefore people can resume normal economic activities given their understanding of what is the new normal. And your question really is, what if the uncertainty remains high? I think that's a difficult environment. I think people's expected rates of return would have to be higher. I think it would weigh on the investment just in general. If the United States were to become a jurisdiction where risks are just structurally higher going forward, that would make us less attractive as a jurisdiction. We don't know that.
Not for you guys.
Please leave your message.
Well, let me turn to financial markets. We've seen some
I mentioned 18.3, we just hit it.
especially stock
Are you in?
market.
Mommy.
The levels of the bigs are rather.
Mommy, how you doing, mommy?
My other class.
Yeah, and I freaking had to go fucking hardcore, man. I just paid another 20,000.
Oh, this should be good. Let's see what
I just made another $20,000, man. Now we got another one to activate, man. I tell you, I'm trying to do what I can for the family. I do what I can. This one was hard, man. Man, this shit is, man. I don't know, man. On this one, man, I might trade one share for fucking till September, like you said. God damn, because it's all this new shit.
Payment. It says something. I just read this thing, so I need to make a payment.
Probably. I'm trying to get you some funds. But motherfucking goddamn, you should seen this shit. You
you know, we had a demonstration by a Wharton professor recently, and you speak to it like it's a person, and it kind of responds like a person, and the things that it can do are really amazing.
All tactical units be advised, this is not a drill. Prepare for contact.
You know, they're talking about even the next couple of years.
Engage the enemy.
So I think
make war with the
two
enemy.
or three things most likely to bring dramatic change to the economy all around the world in the next 20 years, and I'd say very hard to see how it shakes out.
Let me turn to your job. An important man once said of your job, it's the greatest job in government. You show up to office once a month and you say, let's see, flip a coin. And then everybody talks about you like you're a god. What is it that you normally do every day in the office? Is it fulfilling and, dare I say, enjoyable? And you really feel like a god?
So I would agree. I think it's the best job in government. I would agree. I really do enjoy it. Yes, I love the job. It's a great honor to serve. It's quite humbling because, you know, everybody makes mistakes. It's just the economy is just not very predictable. All of that is true, and I do what everybody expects me to do. I read. We do a little more reading though as part of our daily. My colleagues and I do part of our daily regime than a typical executive would do. In terms of being a god, I would say that we are blessed with a large number of amply compensated critics who would kind of tend to undercut that. So we don't feel like a god.
So let me go to the more mundane. In that office, what are the key indicators you look for? What are the sources of data that you go to as you try and make up your mind?
So, you know, I'd say start with labor. You know, there's more labor market data and better reliable labor market data than probably anywhere else. And it's just a lot of data. And, you know, it's new jobs, it's payroll, it's
be careful, that guy who killed me is hacking. He fucking got that damn auto aim shit on. Be careful.
It's a million different things. So there's a lot of labor market data. It's a great field if you're going into economics because there's just so much to do.
Black mommy.
We look at inflation data. Also, I keep track of global developments pretty carefully.
Dark meat.
Global counterparts pretty regularly just to stay aware of what's going on. Financial markets are really important, and you know and lately something that we're paying close attention to, as you would expect, what's going on around the world in currency markets and fixed income markets and equity markets, all of that. For me, though.
What keeps me motivated? What keeps me motivated is my drive. You know what I mean? I don't do nothing.
What I need for you to do is to send me a Zelle.
Bitch ain't sending you a damn thing. Crazy.
Hello, welcome back to the series where I go over the lore of all the things that conspire beyond the Antarctic ice wall. This is part 2 of 3 of this entire series. So I guess now that it's episode 2, it's finally a series. But in this installment today, I will be going over everything about the second planet beyond the ice wall known as Akupara. I'll be talking about its continents, its lore, its entities, its creatures, its history, its religion, its psychedelic effects, and every single thing that comes along with it. Akupara is 6 to 7 times the size of Earth and 3 to 4 times the size of last video's planet, Atlas. So you know you're going to be in for a crazy one today. It's full of its own slew of oddities. Giants, esoteric creatures, ghosts and goblins, nomads, human dragon hybrids, flying people. It's literally going to get crazy. If you missed part that you know the basics of the world beyond the ice wall, because this video would make no sense if you didn't. So if you want a crash course on that, please go watch the beginning of part 1. I don't want to get too long of an intro here. Y'all were complaining about it. You all have TikTok brain though. Without any more blabbering, any more introduction, let's get into the bizarre world, land, creatures, and entities beyond the second ice wall and explore Akupara. So to begin, I want to go over Akupara as an entire planet, explain how big it is, how many continents there are, and what you might expect before we get into those lands and creatures. Now again, if you do have TikTok brain, skip to the part where I go over the creatures and lore. This is just going to be a 2 to 3 minute introduction to Akupara itself, which you need to know so you can understand why it is the way it is. As you know, in this entire world beyond the ice wall theory, the planet that we know, Earth, is not actually alone. It is on top of a 3-planetoid snowman structure called Gaia. Earth sits on top, Atlas sits in the middle, and on the very bottom, this gargantuan oval-shaped planet is Akupara, what we're talking about today. And as I said in the intro, Akupara is 6 to 7 times bigger than Earth, which means even a continent that looks small here is going to be bigger than almost all of ours on Earth. Akupara can be accessed via several entries through something called the Montane Ring, which is kind of like the ice wall of Atlas. You see, because to get to Atlas from Earth, you have to cross through our Antarctic ice wall. But to get to Akupara from Atlas, you have to cross through this very treacherous ring full of mountains and canyons called the Montane Ring. Now, in the Montane Ring, there are several different lands and peoples and lore, but I will be explaining that part in the final, which is part 3, next episode. This specific episode is just about the lands and creatures and everything else of inside Akupara, which means that part 3, the next part, I will be going over the Outer Wastes, Hyperborea, Asgard, as well as the lore and the creatures and the lands inside the Montane Ring. So if you want a part 3, you want to hear all that, leave a like. That'll be the final part. But anyways, the name Akupara actually has some real-life implications. Because in Hindu mythology, Akupara translates to the turtle that holds the world, or the world-bearing turtle. And in depictions of Akupara as it relates to the Hindu religion, you can see that this giant turtle is holding the world on its back, just like how Akupara in the world beyond the ice wall is holding up Atlas and Earth. Akupara is far more mysterious and esoteric and magical than Atlas and Earth combined. If you remember in the very first part, I talked about a substance called ether, which you all corrected me over and over again. It is not pronounced aether, it is pronounced ether. I'm sorry, but the A shouldn't be there. But if you recall, ether is denser at higher elevations, meaning up on Earth, here on top of the snowman, there's more of it. Atlas, there's a little bit less, but by the time you get past the Montane Ring to Akupara, Nothing makes sense. The magic that's kind of subdued in Earth and on Atlas is not subdued here. It is free-flowing to everybody. There's an estimated 6 billion people that are living in Akupara, which might not seem like a lot, but actually most of the lands aren't even fully discovered yet because the planet is just so big, and half of them aren't even explored. So we don't know if that's true or not. Throughout this video, you will notice a massive influx and spike in esoteric and ethereal beings, creatures from the underworld, god-like entities, sentient mammals and birds and plants, and things that just generally are actually wild. The landscapes here are even greater and older and more ancient. Everything is primordial, almost. And this is because Akupara was the first of the 3 globes to form, so it is by far the most ancient, by far the oldest. And people estimate that it formed itself over 4 billion years ago. So essentially, if you watched part 1 and you thought like magic little gnomes and goblins and blimiers were crazy and weird, and you thought the lore there was weird, you're in for a treat with this one because Akupara makes that seem like it's all normal. Akupara also has a much higher biodiversity rate with its flora and its fauna. Its climates and its continents are grander and more different, and a lot of the stuff you're about to hear you really can't even comprehend. But I'll do my best. So pretty much that was the basic overview of Akupara. It is a massive behemoth planet full of massive behemoth things. Magic, spells, cosmetology, the ethereal plane, it's all here. And the creatures, the lands, the lore, the history matches that. Very little is actually documented about this planet, and that's because very few earthly explorers can even make it here. I mean, they're lucky enough to get to Atlas, much less the planet beyond it. So there will be a couple continents that don't really have much lore, but I've asked the creator of the map and several other lore contributors, and they've given me some lore to fill you in on. But with that groundwork settled, let's get into the creatures, the lands, the lore, and all that sweet stuff of Akupara. So as of this video, Akupara has 66 named land masses. Now for reference, the entire planet of Atlas had 59 named land masses, and Atlas was fully explored pretty much. Akupara is not. The first continent for the video is known as Abraxas, also known as the Glowing Isles. Now this landmass is located across the montane ring from Aten. If you remember Aten from Atlas, this is kind of across the ring, directly away from it. The lands of Abraxas are constantly lit and illuminated from itself. Everything here glows, everything sparkles, and everything has this magical effervescence. The air and the plant life here is temperate and moderate, and it sits in kind of a tropical environment. It's located in the Calamichus Ocean, and like I said, this is one of those islands that doesn't have too much lore about it, but what we do know is that it glows. Now Abraxas sits in the Calamichus Ocean, and you'll notice that here in Akupara, there are many more oceans and bodies of waters than there were in Atlas. On the southeastern point of Abraxas, a kingdom with peoples called the Red Israelites reside. There's this massive capital city there where the ruler of these people lives, and he's known as the Red King. Now Abraxas as a continent is home to a very precious material known as shamir. And this material is known to be able to cut through almost anything. It's this thick, red, glowy substance, and it's highly sought after. And these Red Israelites, they've essentially monopolized the production, sale, and gathering of this material, and that's how they became rich. It's kind of similar to refined metal. It could also be akin to like Valyrian steel from Game of Thrones, if you know what that is. But the Red Israelites have a monopoly on mining it, and therefore they've sold this material to everybody else at a high price to get rich. Kind of like America with oil. But that's all in the south part of Abraxas. The north part is kind of like plains lands and mountainous regions, and in these areas, entities known as monopods live and roam. Now, monopods are like a devolved, mangled humanoid. They have one large leg and one large foot on the tail end of it, and they kind of just hop around on that foot. Their bodies are small and malnourished, and their heads are also small. Now, if you remember from part 1, our old pal Sfath created the Blimier population, those giant creatures with the eyes on their chests. He might have had a hand or two in creating the monopods as well, so you're going to hear more about that later. Moving down to the next landmass for today, we have U, which is just U with 2 dots over it. This is a much smaller landmass than Abraxas, and U is pretty much only inhabited by the monopods that I just described. Monopods are pretty peaceful and temperate, but they will attack if threatened, and they do roam the entire island. Other than this, the lands of U are pretty much just tropical and rainforest filled. Not much is known about them. Chia is next, and it's spelled X-I-A, but I think it's pronounced Chia, so just bear with me. This place is known as the Palace of the Jade Dragons. The continent itself is massive. It is very expansive. It's bigger than Abraxas, bigger than U combined. The people who live here in Chia are from the Garden Isles. They're kind of like transplants because they had to leave due to wars and stuff. Chia is a land of temperate and calm lakes and rivers and rolling hills. In the southern regions, that's how it is. But in the northern regions, there are deserts and highlands and dangerous places like that. Chia is also home to the original Chinese people that we know on Earth. In this lore system, people from Chia are the ancestors and descendants both of the original Chinese people. Now, as I said, the subname of Chia is the Palace of the Jade Dragons, and that's because of a single individual known as the Jade Emperor. Now, the Jade Emperor is a very powerful being who is not human. In fact, he is only one of 6 surviving members of a race called the Sumanites. Now, the Sumanites in this lore system were an ancient race of sentient, mammal-like lizard creatures. They had societies that were far more advanced than any human society ever was, but they almost all died out during the Great Dying that occurred millions of years ago. After this Great Dying, they were scattered from Earth to Atlas to Akupara, and they kind of set up camp wherever they could. Their societies were driven by pleasure and carnal desire. They didn't really have religion, they didn't have a greater purpose. They kind of just became so advanced that they gave into their own whimsy and their own carnal stuff. Anyways, this Jade Emperor is one of those creatures. He's one of the most powerful ones ever. Like I said, he's one of the 6 of those rulers. And he came to Chia and created this giant palace and these huge towers and walls, and he rules over the city to this day. Chia is steeped in mythos and legend in Akupara, and it's very widely known for its fame. It's got too much lore, can't cover it all, but what I gave you were the cliff notes. Thanks. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Moving even further south and at the speed of the Flash, we have Azania, also known as the Kingdom of Prestor John. Again, get your lore caps on. It's about to get wild. Azania is a long and skinny continent that kind of resembles the shape of Florida, or Italy almost. Long and thick rivers cut through the expanses and almost connect ocean to ocean. But the interesting part of Azania is not its rivers, or it's not its proximity to how it looks close to Italy. It's actually the name that's been given, the land of Prestor John. A race of people known as the Nubians live here in this land, and they have their own lore in and of themselves. But Prestor John has some interesting history on Earth, because in the medieval chronicles that we abide by, Prestor John was mentioned as this Christian ruler who dwelt and ruled and kind of was the king of these marvelous faraway lands. He ruled over strange lands with miraculous mythical beasts and dragons and half-human hybrids. Mythical creatures like sirens and harpies flew in the skies, and Prestor John kind of oversaw it all. And the lands here on Azania are called the Kingdom of Prestor John because of that. That's how these lands are. They're wild, they're untamed. Creatures with multiple eyes and multiple limbs, and giant lion-human hybrids. Harpies that fly in the sky, Nubians that live here too. Everything seems mythical. Azania sits on top of what is known as the Carousel Ocean, which is kind of this area where there's a bunch of different land masses that are all in a circle. And it really sounds like it's fun to go to. I visit. So thank you to Raycon for sponsoring this
That
video.
nigga Ray
Now, it's
J.
finally almost springtime, and we're all crawling out of our caves from the winter to go out and enjoy the fresh breeze, the warm weather, and finally some sunlight on our faces. And since everybody's getting outside, what better time to get a pair of quality earbuds that'll follow you wherever the spring takes you. Now, I've worked with Raycon a ton of times. I love the brand and I love their products. Raycons have a 32-hour battery life, which means that you could watch this video 32 times in a row on a single charge of your Raycons. And speaking of charging ability, Raycon offers a quick charge feature where you can get 90 minutes of playtime after just 10 minutes of charging. They're sweat resistant, and my personal favorite part about them is that they don't fall out of my ears due to the multitude of gel tips that you can choose from. There's different sizes, and if you got big ear holes like me, you gotta have big gel tips. And these things, they're not going anywhere. They have a really sleek design that kind of contours your ears.
All tactical units be advised, prepare to jump. This is jump master time.
Noise cancellation feature.
We are going into the enemy. The enemy is all around us.
Podcast, this video, when you're going outside walking around, and when you're inside just chilling, you can click the link in the description below and go to buyraycon.com/spoogly to get 20% off the best-selling everyday earbuds. Again, go to the link in the description below to buyraycon.com.
Contact, prepare to fire.
20% off of your order.
Come out with your hands up.
Earbuds. Once again to Raycon, thank you.
Shots fired, shots fired.
For watching, and let's get back to the literal insanity of the ice wall.
All tactical units inbound on my position. Prepare to engage the enemy.
Carousel Ocean. In the Carousel Ocean, there are several different land masses. Those are New Cahokia, Nuit, Iwas,
Multiple bogeys inbound. Show me your
Sorry
hands.
if I butchered those names. These are crazy things to say. New Cahokia is the kingdom of the mounds, and it too has really cool real-life lore. Those who live in New Cahokia are the descendants of the American Indian tribes known as the Cahokians. The Cahokian tribe from North America settled in the Missouri area near St. Louis, and they were known for having this gigantic city. It was a mega city that had never really been seen before. And when it was discovered, it was kind of just in mounds and ruins. The Cahokians eventually sailed through the ice wall, sailed through the Montane Ring, and they ended up here in New Cahokia to settle these fertile, rainforesty lands. Nuit is next, and it's called Heaven's Gate, which I'm pretty sure that's a cult, but I digress. It is an incredibly small island off of the coast of Iwas, and there's really not much labeled about it. There is a giant pyramid in the center of the island, though, and worshippers of strange deities go there, apparently. Legends of winged creatures fly around Nuit, and other beasts that seem like they're right out of Revelations in the Bible. Sorry, it's Revelation. In Earth's history, Nuit is the goddess of the space and the heavens in Egyptian mythology. So that's undoubtedly where this name came from. Much of Akupara and its names and its lore revolves
All units inbound.
Egyptian and American Indian style mythos and legends and lore, and you'll see that as you go on. Iwas, or Iwas, is next, and I think that's how you pronounce it. Iwas is often nicknamed as the levitating continent because it does just that. This massive landmass literally floats around the eastern portions of Akupara. It is the biggest floating landmass in all of the entire Gaia planetary body. Nothing even comes close to it. And it's never been set foot on or touched by a human. Many people say that Iwas is hundreds of billions of years old. It is an ancient, religious, esoteric place. And everything that goes on there is really unknown and enigmatic because you can't see it. The only place where you can even kind of look over at it is if you go to the pyramid in the middle of Nuit and climb to the very top of that pyramid. You can kind of see over the floating continent. But even then, no human's ever been there, so we don't know what goes on. All that we do know is that Iwas seems to be evolved in some way. Like greater versions of people live there. Strange flying beasts and griffins and angels roam the air. But again, no one's even set foot there, so we don't know if that's true. Over to the left is the continent
All tactical units, this is not a drill.
Croatoan. Now,
this is not a drill.
Interesting land because again, it is full of a bunch of descendants of Native American tribes. If you've ever heard of the lost
Keep your head on a swivel, the enemy is all around you.
The story and legend that it is, you've probably heard of the word Croatoan. If you've ever been to the Outer Banks in real life, the highway that runs through it is called the Croatoan Highway as well. You're real if you know that one, by the way. I'm sure you've heard of the legend of Roanoke and the missing colony, but essentially, an entire colony went missing after the guys who were running it left for 2 years. They came back, all they found was carved into a tree on the outside of the place the word Croatoan, which is an Indian band of people, but they were never seen again, and their families were never seen again either. Somehow those peoples got here to Minerva in Akupara, and don't ask me how, but they did, and the remnants and remains of the Croatoan tribe is here. And finally, completing the Carousel Ocean is the continent of Micronesia, the land of the sandstone towers. The continent, as its name suggests, is very dry, very arid, and full of sand and sandstone. Along its eastern coast, it's almost like a desert biome from Minecraft. Giant sandy temples are dotted there. Sand traps, quicksand, sandy mountains, sandy caverns, it's all sand. But on the other side, the west side, rich forests dot the landscape. At this point in the video, we've gone over about 1/4 of all the land masses in Akupara. Buckle in, you're doing great. I hope your brain hasn't exploded yet. At this point, we're in a place called the Circumscribed Ocean. And in this ocean...
Bobby back, units. All units, get the general back into the battle.
Strange fish...
We will not go quietly into the night.
And you do not want to sail in these waters.
We're going to live on.
Have to. Beyond
we're going to survive.
Ocean, though, is 2 continents known as Weldrum and Polybius. Both of these continents are jam-packed with their own lore and mythos. Take a shot every time I say lore in this video. And the 2 continents are actually nearly connected by a series of archipelagos.
Man, what are y'all doing? You're letting me down here.
Polybius is known as the Psychonauts Oasis, which is a crazy name that goes kind of hard. The word psychonaut refers to the altered state of consciousness that humans attempt and try to reach by doing deep meditation or taking something. Some sort of substance that makes you trip, pretty much. And as such, the land here at Polybius, the Psychonauts Oasis, is just like that. Everything is like a gigantic trip. Everything's colorful. Large plants.
We will not go quietly into the night.
Swirls in the sky. The land itself is almost a drug. Colorful creatures with billions of wings and eyeballs float around the skies. Magic is very prevalent here, and spells pretty much exist in the open. Entities of the ethereal realm walk freely here. Angels and demons and gods and deities literally just walk around. The land itself is warped and glitchy, and the sky is colorful and non-real. Flying creatures can just walk right through solid objects, and it literally seems like you are tripping on the craziest trip of your life. Nothing makes sense, yet at the same time, everything makes sense. On the left side of Polybius is the Scorched Wastes, which again is a crazy place that I'll explain in part 3 when I explain all the wastes. Weldrum, or Weldrum, is nicknamed Destiny Manifest, and this is that sister continent that is nearly connected to Polybius. Now, Weldrum is very interesting because it was colonized and kind of found by a group of people that I've already talked about. If you remember the giant continent of Aten that I mentioned last video, then you will remember its inhabitants. Goblins, orcs, gnomes, hobgoblins, and things like that were all that roamed the expanses. And the reason all of the creatures in Aten were kind of short and stumpy is because there wasn't enough natural resources to make them grow fully, so over time their bodies kind of developed the ability to not grow. However, these goblins and a group of these orcs and gnomes and stuff eventually left Aten and sailed all the way through the Montane Ring and found Weldrum. They settled it, they colonized it, and they began to grow. Weldrum is a world and a continent that is massively rich in nutrients. The trees here are huge, they bear fruits and vegetables. The grass is plentiful, the wheat is plentiful, and these small people from Aten found this place, and they grew, and they grew even more, and now they are giants.
All units be advised, this is not a drill.
Goblins from Aten came here, and now their descendants are gargantuan. The name Weldrum itself actually directly translates to the land of trolls, which is exactly what it is. Across the expanse of Weldrum, these giants roam, and they live amongst the trees, caverns, and caverns. Literally the perfect place to grow a civilization. Good job, gnomes. Below the continents that I just mentioned, there's literally none. For thousands of miles, just ocean. Specifically this huge ocean expanse is called the archipelago ocean. That's because it's an ocean full of little archipelagos. None of these land masses here have anything about them. I don't know the lore about them, but they're little tiny islands. So do with that what you will. Moving around to the bottom of the map, we have the land of Scylla and Charybdis, home of the Harpies. This is when that awesome mythology comes into play. Strap in for this. The name Scylla.
All units prepare to engage. The enemy is all around us. We must secure the stores. We must conceal food, water, ammunition.
It's kind of like a half lizard.
Prepare to engage the enemy.
That hides on one side of a body of water. Charybdis
make war with the enemy.
Giant creature that creates whirlpools with its mouth, with thousands of rows of teeth.
Understand where you are.
You've seen something similar to Charybdis.
Understand who we can be.
Sprouting from her body.
This is America.
A lizard bat, and Charybdis is just an eldritch horror. So, essentially, the entire tale of Scylla and Charybdis is in the Odyssey, and it symbolizes being between a rock and a hard spot, because they have to sail through the lands of Scylla and Charybdis, where they're kind of in between, and that's exactly what these two sisters.
Hold your fire, I'm a Marine.
The continent itself is very mountainous, very airy, kind of high in elevation, and the things that live here are harpies. Harpies are creatures with the bodies.
How the hell are these niggas so goddamn good with
head and neck of a human? They have wings and they have multiple feet and stuff, but they have the head and kind of the shoulders of a human. These harpies live up in these high mountains, in these caves, and in these caverns, flying back and forth to the rivers below to catch their food. Below Scylla and Charybdis is the Draconic Isles. If you know what draconic means, you know again, this is a dangerous place. Like the name suggests, this island cluster is a hot, fiery, magma-filled place full of dragon layers. Huge fireworms and bloodworms and serpents and wyverns and dragons as we know them fly around the expanses and live in the volcanic ash. Active volcanoes constantly erupt and smoke here, and fire naturally comes from the ground. This place is also home to some kind of living fire, which moves around like a beast, but acts like fire. Not much is known about the Draconic Isles, but what is known is that no Kiwi should ever set foot there if they want to make it out alive and don't want to get eaten by a fireworm. Over to the right is another interesting place known as Glarnia, the Lost World. This is a huge continent, one of the biggest in all of Akupara, and it's been made famous due to the almost storybook aspect of it. It is a prehistoric nightmare with giant expanses where human and animal hybrids run free. Gargantuan snakes and beasts of the field with wings. The lands here are lush with vegetation and forests, and mist rolls over all of them. It's a very, very princessy type place. Huge ancient castle ruins are here as well, and if you've ever seen the movie or read the book Narnia, this is essentially what it's like. The creatures here can be sentient, and they can speak, and they can connect with people. And as such, human and animal hybrids are a pretty common thing. Above Glarnia is Aurora, the mountains of Kong, Lam, and Siwa. No written lore is available about those places I just mentioned.
All tactical units, be advised, this is not a drill. Prepare to engage, make sure your mask is on. We go in to fight the enemy, no matter the cost.
Assuming that the sky opens up to the Aurora Borealis, kind of like it does. Why would aliens care about a holiday? We don't even care about. Kong, I don't know what that means. Does King Kong live there? Who knows?
All units prepare to engage. The summit draws near.
So that's cool.
Prepare to farmland. Landing onto the farmland. What are you doing? You want to come? We got multiple bogies. I got 3 bogies on us. 3 bogies entering into the facility. This is our farmland. Get off of our farmland. All units, rendezvous in my position. The farms are hot. The farms are hot. I repeat. The farm is hot. Prepare to engage and rendezvous on my position. Come out with your hands up. Multiple bogies. Contact. Zulu 9. Where's my squadron? Damn, y'all.
Continuing along upwards, we have New Kong, aka gone with the wind. So Torrid itself in the world beyond the ice wall doesn't really have any written lore. There's a page about it, there's no documentation, but it's referencing something that happened in real life. And this is a mystery in itself, and it might be a future video on it. This comes from an urban legend slash possibly real story from real life called The Man from Torrid. The story goes like this. A man named John Zedrus was a person back in the 1960s who landed in Tokyo, Japan, and was a white Caucasian. He got off the plane, they were asking where he was from and where he's headed, and he said he was from a place between Spain and France called Torrid. Except if you know the geography, that doesn't exist. The Japanese officials were pretty confused when he said he was from this place. Then he proceeded to pull out a passport that said he was from Torrid, and he opened the passport book. Lo and behold, other places had stamped approvals and accepted the passport, almost as if it was proving that Torrid was a real place. The Japanese officials then went to go get a map and like show this guy that Torrid isn't a real place, and they opened the map up and they pointed to Andorra, which is the only place between Spain and France. And the guy got offended, got angry at them. He thought they were playing a practical joke on him by saying that his home country didn't exist. He got kind of aggressive, and then eventually the Japanese officers that were at the airport there kind of agreed to take him under protective custody. Kind of take him to his hotel, keep him monitored, and just see what's going on. All of that's good. Well, until the next morning, they went to his room, and he was gone. And every single piece of evidence that he was there was also gone. His bags, clothing, passport vanished from the room, which was under guard. Some people believe this man was a time traveler, and he was from some era when Torrid existed. Some people believe he slipped into an alternate dimension where Torrid was Andorra. But what if none of that's correct? What if Torrid was real? It just exists only in Akupara, and this is where it exists, over here. New Torrid. I like that theory. It sounds pretty cool.
Don't not my phone. Use your phone. She blocked me.
And the City Isles as well as Spring. No written lore exists about these places. Once again, no one would dare come here because why would you risk your life for a place called Springesia? The next big landmass of note is known as Horus. Horus is known as the Great Pillar of Akupara, and that's because it is a very ancient land that is thought to be one of the first ones, besides the floating island from earlier, to be formed here. It is a massive continent with a humongous lake in the middle of it. It's surrounded by tons and tons of little small island chains around it, like the Cup of Poseidon, Antarctica, Bigel, and the Garden Islands, as well as the Inunaki Island. There's a ton of different chains. All of these places and the borders of Horus are very tropical, very lush, and it's kind of like the Caribbean. Horus is an ancient land where strange humanoids walk around, and people don't really want to explore because of how ancient and old and pathetic it is. Moving along from Horus, way down out of the way, is the Isle of Man, also known as the Castaway Island. Few have literally ever dared to settle the Castaway Island, because why would you? It's called the Castaway Island, and it's in the middle of the Sea of Shadows and the Abysmal Ocean. Why would you want to go there? The only lore we have about it is that the Isle of Man is like also a real island from Earth. That's all I know though. Now we're entering a region and the general area of the great continent of Amun-Ra, the stronghold of the Nephilim. Around Amun-Ra, there are thousands of islands and archipelagos.
All units prepare to engage. Make war with the enemy. Keep the enemy in sight.
On the Coast. There's tons of different places to explore around this gigantic continent. Now, obviously, the name Amun-Ra itself comes from the Egyptian.
Bro, they need to make it so you can buy your own guns back out
Amun-Ra is a very famous, very notable god in their religion, and it's kind of this fusion between the sun and death and life. So this place, this Amun-Ra continent, is teeming with life. The sun is bright, the plants are huge, and as the subtitle says, it is the foreground of the Nephilim, which of course is a reference to the Bible. The Nephilim are the children that angels had with earthly will. They're supposed to be large, giant creatures with ethereal power almost, and they roam the lands of Amun-Ra. There's colonies of them here, and that would explain where they went in real life, because they're not here. Comatose Coast is a place that puts you to sleep. its vibrations and ecosystem relax you down and almost put you into a lower part of sentience. Tetralesia, I apologize, is known for its electric currents that run through the ground and they beat you. Heterotopia is known as the lands of defiance, and that's for good reason. Heterotopic places in real life is a term used to describe cultural spots of disturbing or intense magnitude. Things that are incompatible with human social stuff, but yet they're there, like insane asylums, prisons, brothels, that sort of thing. The old saying goes is that in a utopia, everything is good. In a dystopia, everything is bad. But in a heterotopia, everything is weird and different. So just by
make war with the
design,
enemy.
you can tell how strange things are here. Winged lions, fish that can talk. And
show them who we are. Show them what we are capable of.
Moving up and around further to the continent of Terra Nova, the New Earth. It's also known as the legacy of the Suminians. So again, I touched on it earlier, but the Suminians or the Suminites or whatever we call them are kind of ancient sentient beings that took the appearance of a mammal, lizard, reptile thing. But they were able to create culture and society, and they were greater than human society. They were the most advanced civilization.
Everyone, we must form allegiance.
Like I said earlier, once that happened,
remember your training.
A lot of these Suminites came to Terra Nova and built it up. Now the ancient ruins of their cathedrals and their buildings, everything else is here. And it's one of the last strongholds of the Suminian culture. Moving directly north is the continent of Eden, which, yes,
we must stay one. We must stay as one.
So in Earth lore, the Garden of Eden is where life began. Where God put Adam
secure that motherfucking contract.
No strife and no
make it ours and secure its body inside of yours.
Plants.
And allow it to have babies inside of your womb.
And this continent is no different. Eden and Apupara is just that. It's kind of a vestige of what once the Garden of Eden was.
Allow it to have sex inside of your body and solidify your womb.
Just like many of the lands here, you can enter a state of psychosis and kind of enter the different dimension, the fourth dimension, because there's no enough ether to keep things normal.
There you go, keep doing that, spin in a circle, you will unlock the secret powers of Agartha.
Fears of the dark arts, you could say. At this point, we reach another set of oceans where there's no land.
Now we have unlocked the secrets of Agartha, now we will know our true purpose.
Thousand land sea resides. Again, these waters are dotted with
all units stand by, be advised, contact on Zulu North, Viper 9, Viper 9.
Is the home of Formosa Ultima.
Remember your training, it is your duty.
Are actually a colony on Earth.
How do we get up there, brethren?
Taiwan.
We must secure the upper side of the building.
Under that connection, I can't find any lore about this area, other than a really cool name, the Land of Broken Moon. That's pretty fine.
Keep your head on a swivel, the enemy could be all around you, no matter what. I think I found a way up. I got nothing to the higher levels of the facility, but now we still must go higher.
Red rain could mean two things. One, red is red. Two, it's blood rain.
Roger.
Whatever the case is, we don't know much about them. Moving around again.
You in that vehicle, get out of that vehicle right now! All units prepared to engage on the vehicle, Multiple bogeys.
Let me tell you the story.
You inside of that vehicle, if you can hear my voice. Stand down! Oh man, he's running, we got a runner.
But in our Earth, Lemuria was actually a proposed continent.
I'm in hot pursuit.
Between Madagascar.
I still see him, I'm in hot
A man by the
pursuit.
name of Philip Skettler came up with a theory that a place called Lemuria, a continent, a land bridge, if you will, once connected the island of Madagascar to the southern tip of the subcontinent of India. And he came up with this theory.
All units, come on my position.
In that southern tip of India that matched directly to lemur bones and skeletons from Madagascar. Well, the problem is, how do lemur bones get there if there's an entire ocean separating them? So he came up with the idea that there once was a great continent called Lemuria that connected the two. However, later on in the 19th century, the theory of continental drift became widely accepted, and the
What people
belief
call love
in
was just
Lemuria disappeared, much like it was sent to
Okay,
itself.
it's not
But what if
Handmaid's Tale to
Lemuria
loop in
did
your
in
husband.
fact
I agree, for
exist,
the record.
and it did
Because we
drift
should have
just
noticed
all the
ourselves
way through
losing
the ice
control
wall
and
and
gone
over
to
to
sex
Aqua.
All
master
units,
Jerry
I have
and
broken
Sex
contact with you.
Greater
Can I make out with
Lemuria and Lemuria itself
Yeah, see,
here in
that's so
Aquapara
it's above
are
board
full of biodiverse flora and fauna. Societies of mammals and reptiles and hominids and other sapient creatures all inhabit hills. The remnants of some of the sewers.
I am now most wanted.
It also borders the wastes on one side. Lemuria is pretty cool.
I am now the
Maybe
king.
he just ended up past the ice wall. Who knows?
Yeah, see,
On the
that's so
northwestern
it's
tip
above
of
board
Greater Lemuria,
They all will now have to bow down to my rulership.
It's not Handmaid's Tale to loop
Because I am now the king, I am the unstoppable, untouchable. Sniper fire! Sniper fire!
In this video, the lore is about to be crazy. Don't click off yet. Put your tinfoil hat on.
Yeah, see, not so hot.
Let's talk about.
Yeah, this game mode is kind of stupid without you being able to buy your own
or a
guns.
derivative variant of the name Jacob from the Bible.
I agree, for the
If you
record.
know
We
anything
made a
about
mistake
the
because we
history,
should have noticed
Jacob was the
ourselves losing
father of the
control and
tribe
gone
of
to
Israel.
sex
But
master
Yakub
Jerry
in
and said,
this
"Oh,
right
pretty please,
relates
Jerry,
to
can I make
the
out with
religion
myself?"
and the
Yes,
belief
you may.
system of the
Yeah, see,
NOI,
not so hot when it's
the
above
Nation
board
of
home
Islam.
wreckers.
According to the NOI, now, stay with me
Okay,
here.
it's not
Yakub was a
Handmaid's
black
Tale to loop in
scientist
your
who
husband.
lived
I
about
agree,
6,600 years
because we should
ago,
have noticed
and
ourselves
he actually
losing control
created
and gone
white
to
people.
sex master
They
Jerry
believe
and said,
that
"Oh,
only
pretty
black
please,
people
Jerry,
existed
can I make out with
before
myself?"
Yakub created white people. Now, why did he create
Yeah, see,
the
not
white
so
race?
hot when it's
You
above
might ask
board
yourself.
home
Let's see what
wreckers.
the NOI has to say. It was said in the lore of the NOI, the actual real-life lore, that Yakub was born near Mecca,
because we should have
the
noticed
Islamic
ourselves
stronghold,
losing
and he was
control
born
and
with
gone
this
to sex
large,
master Jerry and
oversized
said, "Oh,
cranium.
pretty
His head
please,
was
Jerry,
big.
can I make
He
out
kind
with
of had like a
myself?"
odd
Yes,
shaped
you
head.
may.
And because of this,
Yeah,
the
see,
people
not
near
so
him
hot when it's
bullied
above
him,
board
made fun of
home
him,
wreckers.
ostracized him, and were kind of like, ha ha ha. But the only thing
Okay,
is,
it's not
Yakub
Handmaid's
was a
Tale
genius.
to loop
He was
in
very
your
smart
husband. I
for as
agree,
long
for the
as
record.
anyone
We
can
made a
remember,
mistake
and he
because we should
came up
have
with this
noticed
plan to
ourselves
get back
losing
at these
control
bullies, to
and
get
gone
back at
to
these
sex
people who were kind
master
of making
Jerry
fun
and
of
said,
him. And
"Oh,
his
pretty
idea
please,
was
Jerry,
to
can I
create
make
a
out with
race of
myself?"
people that
Yes,
would
you may.
enslave
Yeah,
those
see,
people
not
that
so
were making
hot
fun
when it's
of him. And
above
according to the
board
NOI,
wreckers.
he left Mecca, sailed around all of Africa, and he ended
It's
up on an
not
island off
Handmaid's
the coast
Tale
of
to
Greece
loop in your
called
husband.
Patmos.
I agree, for the
On
record. We
Patmos,
made a
he
mistake
would
because
begin
we should have
his
noticed ourselves
mad
losing
science
control and
experiments
gone to
to
sex
create
master
these
Jerry
people
and
that
said,
would
"Oh, pretty
control
please,
the people
Jerry,
that
can
fun
I
of him.
make out with
And
myself?"
eventually
Yes,
he
you may.
created white people.
Yeah,
So
see,
in the
not so
Beyond
hot
Ice
when
Wall
it's above
fandom,
board home
Yakub didn't
wreckers.
go to Patmos by Greece, he came to Patmos in
Okay, it's not
Aquapara.
Handmaid's
And he
Tale to
created
loop
and
in
did a
your
bunch of
husband. I
like
agree, for the
biology
record. We made a
experiments
mistake because
and
we should
created
have
other
noticed
genes,
ourselves
other
losing
kind of
control and gone to
hybrids.
sex
They didn't
master
create white
Jerry and
people
said,
in this
"Oh, pretty
theory, they're just
please,
using
Jerry,
like the
can I
character
make out with
and pictures of
myself?"
war
Yes,
in
you
real
may.
life. But Yakub here in the Beyond the
Yeah,
Ice
see,
Wall
not so hot
is still
when
a
it's above
genius,
board
still this
home
mega
wreckers.
genius that dabbles in biochemistry and the creation of
Okay,
clones
it's
and
not
things like that.
Handmaid's Tale
And that's
to
what he
loop
does
in
here
your
in
husband.
Patmos.
I agree,
He
for the
came
record.
to the
We made a
islands of
mistake because
Lemuria
we should have
and
noticed
created
ourselves
human
losing
animal
control
hybrids,
and gone
and he
to
created
sex
new
master
creatures.
Jerry and said,
Kind
"Oh,
of like
pretty
Spock
please,
from earlier.
Jerry, can
Yeah,
I
does that-
make out with myself?" Yes, you may.
Ugly looking market.
Yeah, see, not so hot when it's above board home wreckers.
She wanted to
Alright.
permit our love.
Okay, it's not Handmaid's Tale to loop in your husband.
I agree, for the record. We made a mistake.
Because we should have noticed ourselves losing control and gone to sex master Jerry and said,
How
"Oh,
many
pretty
times have you
please,
done
Jerry, can I make out with myself?"
Yes, you may.
got a 60-point.
Yeah, see, not so hot when it's above board home wreckers.
She wanted to permit our love.
Okay, it's not Handmaid's Tale to loop in your husband.
I agree, for the record. We made a mistake.
Because we should have noticed ourselves
Another
losing
trade that we
control
look
and gone
at,
to
something
sex
different
master
than a lot of
Jerry and
times
said,
we
"Oh,
get
pretty
to that
please,
level.
Jerry, can I make out with myself?"
yes, you
But
may.
I don't.
Yeah,
really don't
see,
have
not
anything
so
I'm
hot when
looking
it's
for
above
now
board
is
home
This
wreckers.
trade works a
She
couple
wanted to permit our love.
It appears the lower tier of this society is being manipulated through sex and advanced technology by a hidden ruling class. Sound familiar?
So that's kind of what I'm looking for now. If I'm buying anything on the way down here, I'll wait until we get really checked out with
Thank you.
Squeeze. Manhandle them. Give them the business.
Okay, Jessica.
trade.
Morty,
This market
what are you doing to me?
What are you doing to me?
Not seeing any green bars right now in the 5 minutes. And more red bars. Who loads
Let's
eat
look.
ass? Who loads Nasdaq? Who
I don't like it or you're
loads
sexist. I'm a toothpicker
Oh,
now.
now,
Whoa.
get used to it. And if you think my top is cute,
What's this guy got about
losers look so...
170 points.
I got
Downside That's when we get to kind of 5%.
Corey, how's
We'll
that
keep you
book
posted
working out
on
for
see
you?
how it plays out.
You
We're right here on
dumbass.
the street.
What's this show called? Ass?
Yeah, it's like Bones, but they solve ass
Closing
crimes.
bell.
This
45
ass
minutes
is a
till
clue.
MOC.
Are these two gonna hook up?
No, and only the lame fans want that.
Don't tell me how to enjoy things. What's this show called? Think it's important for me to say each shit? Fuck you. The drug company's paid for me to say every word. I have millions of dollars, and I don't care. And I'd just like to say that prescription drugs are great, and you should buy them now. I think it's important for me to say, God, I am so excited to finally have dinner with you. You know how long I've been waiting for this? It's like, I wish you'd shut up, though. Just kidding. You know, you're so quiet. What's wrong? Why don't you tell me about yourself? What's the atmosphere like on planet Jessica? Where's the equator? What are the vacations and the holidays? I mean, you know, are they the same time? Talk to me. God, I am so excited to finally have dinner with you. You know how long I've been waiting for this? It's like, I wish you'd shut up, though. Just kidding. You know, you're so quiet. What's wrong? Why don't you tell me about yourself? What's the
All
atmosphere
units
like on
engage
planet
the enemy.
Jessica? Where's the equator? What are the vacations and the holidays? I mean, you know, are they the same time? Talk to me. God, I am so excited to finally have dinner with you. You know how long I've been waiting for this?
Contact.
I wish you'd shut up, though. Just kidding. You know, you're so quiet. What's wrong? Why don't you tell me about
There we
yourself?
go. Annihilate his ass.
Jessica, take your app down.
Take it down. What? I'm their hostage. They have weapons? No, but neither do I. Do you have a weapon? No. Take the app down. I can't. I'm an intern. Okay, well, who tells interns what to do? Not you, that's for sure. Take your app down. Take it down. What? I'm their hostage. They have weapons? No, but neither do I. Do you have a weapon? No. Take the app down. I can't. I'm an intern. Okay, well, who tells interns what to do? Not you, that's for sure. Take your app down. Take it down. What? I'm their hostage. They have weapons? No, but neither do I. Do you have a weapon? No. Take the app down. I can't. I'm an intern. Okay, well, who tells interns what to do? Not you, that's for sure. Take your app down. Take it down. What? I'm their hostage. They have weapons? No, but neither do I. Do you have a weapon? No. Take the app down. I can't. I'm an intern. Okay, well, who tells interns what to do? Not you, that's for sure. Take your app down. Take it down. What? I'm their hostage. They have weapons? No, but neither do I. Do you have a weapon? No. Take the app down. I can't. I'm an intern. Okay, well, who tells interns what to do? Not you, that's for sure. Take your app down. Take it down. What? I'm their hostage. They have weapons? No, but neither do I. Do you have a weapon? No.
Contact. Show me your hands. Multiple bogeys, 259 or 9 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 or.
Your app down. Take it down. What? I'm their hostage. They have weapons? No, but neither do I. Do you have a weapon? No. Take the app down. I can't. I'm an intern. Okay, well, who tells interns what to do? No, you're gonna be a special little guy, aren't you?
Our school is very...
Come on, it's this way. Come on, give me that thing. Speed it up. Can't be this far back. There he is. Stop. So that's the guy, huh? Yes. Hey, man, remember me? I got something for your ass. Oh, don't song us. Woo! Could have used Rudolph tonight. Oh, thank God. Not too late. I don't know how to thank you, Goopy. No need. You just go in there and have a nice time. I will. Thanks. Hey. Merry Christmas, Goombie. Merry Christmas, Rick.
Once you try this
okay.
recipe,
I
you'll
don't
be
have
hooked.
to. Sorry if that. No, I can ask. No, I don't want to be a burden. Oh, okay,
Cut the crust off the bread.
There's a lot of people. Family, you know. I get it. You're not mad? Totally fine. Bye. Woo! Could have used Rudolph tonight. Oh, thank God. I'm not too late. I don't know how to thank you, Goombie. No need. You just go in there and have a nice time. I will. Thanks. Hey, Merry Christmas, Goombie. Merry Christmas, Rick. That's okay. I don't have to. Sorry if that. No,
All units.
I beg your pardon. Oh, my God. I am the Jesus Christ of Christmas! I beg your pardon. Oh, my God. I am the... Hello. I'm Ripper Dirt. I'm 5'9", 145 pounds. Ready when you are. Go for it. Rick, I got my hands. Ding, ding, ding. I'd like to make a toast. Today is a day for thanks. And for family. And for remembering all of those that had less. Okay, pick a scope. Pick a scope?
To thankfulness.
To ending the toast?
To ending the toast.
Ding, ding, ding. I'd like to make a toast. Today is a day for thanks. And for family. And for remembering all of those that had less. Okay, pick a scope. Pick a scope?
To thankfulness.
To ending the...
Wasn't the Rick here dead?
You're Rick? Yeah, not dead. More like not around. What's your life without me? Let's find out.
Rick, I know you're in there! I know you're trying to get out! That's it! Marty, hold him down! Listen to it, Tiny Rick. Listen to Elliot Smith. Feel what he's feeling.
Oh, God. What is life? How can someone so talented die so young? I'm gonna die. My body isn't real. Morty, Summer, it's me. It's Rick. Regular Rick.
Rick, how do we get you back into your body?
There's a set of diodes on the VATS control panel. A blue one and a red one. I need you to connect the blue one to my left temple and the red one to why doesn't anyone really like me?
Focus, Grandpa!
Just put the stupid wires on my head. I hate being a teenager.
Rick, I know you...
So you're mining stuff to craft with and crafting stuff to mine with?
Uh-huh.
Did your dad write this game? Is this game popular with autistic people?
Why would you say something like that?
Because I'm starting to love it. So you're mining stuff to craft with.
Oh, so now you're into highly realistic video games?
Maybe I decided real life was too much right now, or maybe I'm not afraid to change my mind about stuff. Maybe mental flexibility is stronger than stubbornness.
Nice manip, some.
Oh, so now...
Jeff, I can explain everything.
You don't have to. Can you just marry us instead?
Jeff, don't do it!
Richard. Maggie!
Running bird!
Let's get out of here. Prince Witherspoon!
Josiah?
Let's get the out of here.
Summer Smith, let's get the hell out of here. You had me at my own name. Oh, yeah, no, why would I... Jeff, I can explain...
What is this? I need you in one spot for a clean mind scan.
Mind scan?
Let's see the truth. What in the... Jerry, don't.
I want to see.
No, you do not.
No. At least now, maybe
Get the hell out of here.
But I got nowhere to
Get
go.
out. Get out. Get out.
All units prepare to engage. Show me your hands. All units prepare to engage. We will not go quietly into the night.
Too bad. Someone else will.
It's a big market, man.
Cryoship detected.
Ooh, power's still online? What do you think, Morty? A bunch of sleeping beauties? Wanna go tap on some glass?
That could be fun. We haven't done one of those in a while. Think they have a basketball court?
Basketball court, huh?
Ball is life.
Holy shit, look at this place. Damn, Morty, it ain't just your run-of-the-mill arc ship. This thing is gold-plated.
Wow, where do you think they're going? Colonizing a new planet?
Looks like these guys flung themselves into space after wrecking their homeworld. This will be like taking candy from a baby, if that baby was in a coma.
Oh, you're robbing them?
They robbed their planet first, Morty. Whoa, mama! You see this, Morty? This thing is fancy.
Wow, so now you can't buy your guns from the damn fucking buy station on any of these maps? Like, what the fuck, bro? They always find a way to fuck the game up, bro. This one ain't starting to do good, bro.
I'm fine with taking candy from a baby, but I draw the line at blowing up the stroller. What the hell, Morty? We're not literally robbing babies. God damn it, Morty. Look what you did.
Fire detected. Emergency cryo wake commencing in 30 seconds.
Shit! You woke him up! Come on! Let's get out of here! Fuck you! I'm not leaving without that hypercoal! Now go find that other pod with the dead guy in it. Hey! What's up, A-18? What dead guy? Get in the pod with the bones! Or don't and get thrown out an airlock!
Cryo wake.
What?
10
You did this to
seconds.
yourself, Morty. Your dumbass moral compass.
So you can't buy your guns from the buy station anymore? What
Jeez.
the fuck is this shit, man? We'll never make a video. Man, Call of Duty Activision, you fucking losers, bro. You took the fucking guns out of the buy station, you fucking clowns. Call of Duty Activision, what's your fucking problem?
Come, Israel, come. Come, Israel, come. In this day, in this hour.
They already was fucking lame as shit because they only would put the fucking loadouts, like they only drop one loadout and they make that shit fucking, you know what I mean, forever to try to get to that shit. Now they got you sitting around here, motherfucking, with your dick in your fucking hands. This is stupid, bro. That's why I'm never buying nothing on this game, bro. I haven't bought nothing on this game for years, man. They'll never get $1 out of me, bro. I swear to God, bro. Every time you turn around, they're doing this weird-ass manipulative shit. They're worse than a girlfriend. Fucking manipulating ass motherfucking faggot. Motherfucking pieces of fucking shit. Fucking losers, man. Then they make it hard as shit for you to fucking be able to get money, so you can't even go buy a fucking loadout. You gotta sit and spend all your goddamn time trying to buy one of these fucking things, bro. It's just a fucking time fucking hole. It's fucking lame as shit. Look, then it drops a loadout, but then look where they drop it. They drop it in the middle of the fucking map so somebody can shoot you in the back when your dumbass goes over there to go pick it up and shit like a bunch of fucking cunts. Look at that, I opened up like 4 boxes, no money. 5 boxes, no money. Come on now, that's deliberate, bro. 6 box only dropped $500. Seven boxes, no money. 8 boxes now, no money, but I just got a loadout box, lucky me. So they make you get a loadout box to get your loadie. Fucking cunts. Then you can't even fucking call in an airstrike because the airspace is too crowded. How is it crowded when it's a fucking open motherfucking sky? I mean, it's just the level of audacity from these fucking cunts, man. They basically make you spend all this money to get a fucking skin, and then they make it basically impossible for you to get a hold of the skin that you buy. I mean, it's a fucking scam, bro. I never buy none of that shit. I got like almost 3,000 fucking points, and I ain't gonna buy a damn thing with them. Let that game, let it all die. Let your game die. If you keep thinking it's a game. And then the airstrike, it tells the enemy an airstrike is coming before they even, you know, it's fucking to make so that shit is useless.
We count down in this ministry. We count down a day. We want to make sure that you know what day it is.
Then they already got a fucking flash on your sniper rifle to blow your sniper fire. Think about this game is cheese ball.
Under the fourth feast day of unleavened bread. That's right. We guard the feast day. We have the fourth. That's how y'all know this.
What's up, teammate? How you doing, brother?
Those of us who walk in the anointing. We do it, guys. He wants all of us to walk in the anointing. The power of the anointing.
Then they have the nerve to only give you 10 bullets in this magazine. Like, what are you gonna do with 10 bullets on this show? Sniper fire.
The story is powerful. That's right. I was in the hospital not too long.
Shooting at somebody now did no damage.
The third day healed. And I know for a fact. I know, and I believe in my heart, it's because of the anointing. Because of the anointing. The anointing of all.
Look at that shit. I shot his ass. He still ain't dying.
We need them. You know, they're not all of your pastor gave you. Yeah, the power is in them.
They both would have been dead, dog. I feel both of them. Look at that, but somehow I still get hurt.
On the third day, the Most High got healed. Go to page 44. Page 480. In the scripture, he talks about his anointing. That's what you see. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I just want to show you this. If you're valuing something, if you're valuing something, the power of the anointing. See, we're headed the last days. We're in the last days. We're in the very last days, and we have to realize the power of the anointing. The power of the anointing is real. And in the scripture, he talks about the anointing. It's for a reason. He wouldn't put it in the scripture if it was not correct. And if you don't have anointing oil, if you don't have your anointing, please go to our website. Get your anointing oil. Right there. Go to our website. Get your anointing oil. Some of y'all should be receiving your anointing oil today. Some of y'all receive your anointing oil today. 27.
Isaiah 10:27.
Yes, I hear you. Yes, I hear you. Isaiah 10:27. And in that day, look y'all, people. In that day, it shall be that his burden is removed from your shoulder, and his yoke from your neck.
Oh, what the hell, bro? My shit is not fucking. I'm fucking playing the game. It's not even fucking on. Come on, man.
That's the reason why God is showing us the power of the anointing in this day. Because of the anointing. Some of y'all may say, oh, we know oil, that's just symbolic. That's symbolic. That's not true. That's not true. That's why y'all talks about the anointing all throughout scripture.
Oh, tactical units be advised. Prepare for heavy contact.
Anointing oil, not olive oil.
It went down?
Most of you have olive oil in your body. The Christian pastors told you olive oil. But y'all shows right here in scripture know it's power.
Contact. Prepare for auxiliary strike. Heavy coordination on my position. Tactical bombardment imminent.
It needs to be anointed. He tells us it's time to anoint. Well, scripture tells us it's time to anoint. And this is the actual.
All tactical units. Wow, how did you fucking come and find me, bro? These niggas are hacking, bro.
It's time to anoint. If you're not gone through what's
I already knew exactly where I was at, dog.
Fucking it's time to anoint. He says in the scripture. Because the yoke will be destroyed. Because of the this power.
Movement.
Contact! He says, the yoke, it's whatever we're facing. You all know what's coming. I was showing you in the scripture. 7 star. Here's no I can't tell you exactly what.
Damn, ain't even Joe Biden not the president no more. Goddamn.
He wants us to go on the people. That's how he sees us. We have to do it.
Damn, time done flew. This nigga Joe not the president no more. I gotta get a phone picture.
But he wants us to realize the power of the anointing. The power of the anointing oil is real. And we must realize that's when we remove the yoke. It's the anointing. But the Elohim's about. They're looking for us. Looking for all of us, for our obedience. That's what sets us apart in this day. Our obedience. That's what sets us apart in this hour. We have to be obedient to his laws, to his commands. Guarding these feast days are important, extremely important. That's what sets us apart from everybody else. It's our obedience. Thank you. Yes, I want to thank all of you all this paper time. That's right. This is some of y'all paper time. Thank you. I appreciate y'all supporting the ministry and supporting us and helping us. We couldn't do this without you. That's right. We could not do this without your support. We thank all of you all for your support. But I want you all to realize about the 7 stars. Right now, we're waiting for something fiery. In the scripture, it tells us about something fiery. And that's what's coming. The Elohim's about. There's tornadoes right now out here. There's earthquakes. There's hurricanes. I'm not making no prediction. But I'm telling you right now. It doesn't look good. But right now, according to scripture, we're waiting on something fiery rain. Fiery rain. It's coming. I don't know what it is exactly. Could be an asteroid. A meteor. I'm not sure. But the scriptures don't. And whatever it is, it's going to take peace from it. Let's go to scripture.
Page 1306.
1306.
Revelation 6:4.
1306. 1306. 1306.
Revelation 6:4.
Revelation 6. 1306. I want to always show you this. This is why I'm so something is strength. It pulls us out of the strength. When y'all come to this is why we know about this. He pulls us out of the great strength. It's all the way. It's a strength. I don't know exactly what it's going to be. Awesome. But in the scripture, it talks about something fiery that's coming. It's going to take peace from wherever this is. Whatever this is, it's going to take peace from it. And I want you all to get ready for it. That's why I want you all getting water. We don't want to wait till the last minute, none of us. I know we need more water. We need more food. I know we don't have near enough. And even I know we all know. It's something in my spirit, y'all. I'm telling you right now. Either this year or next year. And then we're getting out. I can see how the stress is.
Order filled.
But something fiery ready is going to come to you. Let's go scripture, real quick. It's right here, scripture.
Revelation 6:4.
And another horse, fiery went out. And it was given to that one who
Order
said
filled.
to take peace from the see this? And that they should slay one another. And a great sword was given. We're gonna slay them. When you see them guns, the violence out there, all the videos of violence, everybody's so violent. That's where we're headed. Naked brother. I can see it, feel it, I can see it all around. Violence. We're gonna turn. That's why it's important to be stocked on food. We come together as one. I'm not trying to scare them. Oh no. You all see what's happening. All these years.
Order filled.
All these
Order
years.
filled.
Y'all been showing us. And we gotta get ready at the door now. We're at the door, so we gotta get ready.
Order filled.
Don't get scared, get ready.
Order filled.
The ball by Rose. Don't get scared. Not time to get scared. We gotta get spiritually ready. Get spiritually ready. None of us is perfect.
Order
None
filled.
of us have done everything.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
We gotta be right.
Order filled. Order filled.
It's righteous as one can be. Only God can judge. I'm not here to. And I pray you're not here to.
Order filled. Order filled.
We gotta get righteous. And get ready, God. I feel it, brother. And what I do know, peace is leading up. Return on me.
Order filled.
Harder and harder. People getting
Order filled.
We're at the door. And the scriptures come from. And I'm not here to judge nobody. And I pray you don't judge me. But wrath is coming. The wrath is coming. And there's something fiery red right here. Number 4.
Revelation 6:4.
And another horse, fiery red, y'all, went out. And it was given to the one who sat on it to take peace from the earth, and that they should slay one another. And a great sword was given to him. And when he opened the third seal, so we at the second seal, we're not at the third seal. We're not even at the third seal. Come and ice on. Come and ice on. What's the first seal? Come and ice on. That's right. He got here. We know what time he got here. And that's the sovereignty. The sovereignty. It's the book of Matthew. Go back.
Page 1034.
Page 1034.
Matthew 12:42. Page 1034.
Page 1034.
Matthew 12:42.
Mention to you all as a child. this happened. These are all signs. On April the 8th, the eclipse occurred. And it went across 9 cities. 9 cities. Namely, actually, April 8th. That's when they made the 8th. They made the 8th. April 8th. And y'all talks about it. We just had another eclipse on March 29th. First day of the year. That's when I was in the hospital. On the third day, he did. These are all signs. These are all signs. Y'all sure. Now in the scripture, it talks about Nineveh. The men of Nineveh. We're going to rise up in the last day. 41.
Matthew 12:41.
Matthew, Leviticus 12:41. Men of Nineveh shall what? Shall stand up in judgment with this generation and condemn it. And condemn it. Which condemns angels. We stand with him. We can't be a part of it. That's why God tells us to come out of our life and condemn Christianity, condemn Islam. Come down on Islam. It's as hard as you come down on Islam, Christianity, come down on Islam. Islam, they're not going to make it. They don't have a chance. They don't believe in the Father, Son, or Son. So Muslims can't be saved. A Christian can be saved because the Romans cannot too. But Muslim cannot be saved. So if we come down on Christians, we must come down on Muslims, just as we, and also other religions, all these other religions. We gotta condemn all of them. If they're not serving me, if they're not guarding the Tuesdays with us, we have to condemn them. With you to every last one of them. Christianity is not right. They're doing Christian. They're doing Christmas, Thanksgiving, and Easter. Condemn them. That's what we do with this day. Order filled. I'm not just picking on Christians. It's Muslims in trouble. It's Buddhists in trouble. Christians are in trouble. And we gotta stand up in this generation. And we gotta condemn it. God shows us. He tells us. And when we've seen this, we've seen eclipse. Eclipse was our message. Eclipse was our mark. April the 8th. That's right. He went across that's right, across 7 cities named Nineveh. And it's telling us, y'all, it's time to stand up. It's time for us to stand up. He's telling us, stand up. The men of Nineveh, we've got to stand up. Men of Nineveh shall what? We should stand up, y'all. Well, how? In the judgment with this generation, and do what? And condemn it. Why? Because they repented at the preaching of Jonah. And look, a greater than Jonah is here. Who's here? Who's here? 42. The sovereignty. The sovereignness of the shall rise up in the judgment with this generation and shall condemn. Sovereign. That's who's going to condemn. That's who we're waiting. They won't tell you. That's the Elohim we're waiting for. Sovereign. I had a vision.
Order filled. Order filled.
Something came from the sun. It was huge. It was a spacecraft. It's kind of spacecraft. I never knew what it meant as a child. I never knew what it meant. It only came together to me as an adult. It came from the sun. whatever it was, I'll be able to say it again. It's going to come from the south. In the scripture, it talks about this. That's the revelation of the south. And it's coming. See, at some point, when they talk about World War II, they talk about back in, I believe it was 68, when they had the war.
Order filled. Order filled.
When a spacecraft came.
Order
It
filled.
was in Nuremberg. Same thing happened back in Nuremberg. But everybody in Nuremberg,
Order
they
filled.
saw it. And it also came from the south. In the scripture, it talks about the same thing happening. Now, on April 8th, we had the eclipse. We had the eclipse go across Nineveh. 7 cities in America named Nineveh. Why? That was a message from God telling us it's time for us to stand up. The ones
Order filled. Order filled.
He's
Order
telling us
filled.
about the sovereign
Order
of the
filled.
Son, the woman. That's right, from the south. The sovereign from the south. And I believe the Father is giving us real. He's speaking to us. I'm convinced of it. And the scriptures are coming to life. It's all lining up with the scripture. The scripture is talking to us. He's showing us about the sovereign.
Matthew 12:42.
The sovereignness of the south shall rise up. Same thing with Nineveh. Remember this? Same thing with Nineveh. She rose up in the judgment with this generation and shall condemn it. For she came from the ends of the earth. Stop. Where she come from? She comes from where? The ends of it. Who got this? Let me sort of put it. Show you. Who is it? Let me show you. See this? Now, this is something I want y'all to look at. We know coming us, as you all know, coming us, they came back. Know which we are. Now we know coming us.
Order filled.
Supposed to be.
Order filled.
Of all lights, it comes from the Oort cloud. And the Oort clouds is the furthest part, the darkest part of space, coldest part of space. It's called the Oort cloud. It's the furthest part of space. And that's where comets come. And Comet Isaac, it came back November 27th, 2013.
Order filled. Order filled.
Was not a comet.
Order filled. Order filled.
That was
Order
the
filled.
first seal. The first seal. When God talks about in Revelation 6:2. The first seal. But it talks about, that's right, the sovereign. Now I'm just letting y'all know. Revelation 12 is the sovereign. It came back as a comet. Now right here in the scripture, it shows you love.
Order filled.
The sovereignness of the South shall rise up in the judgment with this generation and shall condemn it. For she came from, look y'all, she came from where? From where? She came from the ends of the earth. You're telling us where she comes from. The ends of it. She got here November 27, 28. And that's very important. I told the world when she came back, we're going to see her again. I said we're going to see her again. And we did. And the second time we saw her, they named her Amour. Okay, they're playing. And everything I'm showing y'all, you can go verify all. They're playing this. Amour. Same thing. And they told us about Amour. It was an inner skill. It wasn't from the source. Come on, they're playing. That's right. And then they named him. It's all funny. The name is on. The name means messenger from afar. No kid. See, all this is in scripture. All this is showing y'all. All this is in scripture. And they're telling us 7 stars. 7 planets. That's right. Trappist one. Same thing. All this in scripture. They're showing us the same thing. 7 stars, right?
Yeah, I mean, make a little quick 2 crate right there. Have good money.
And all of this is in scripture. But many of us witnessing and see it. We're not realizing whether or not it's all there. And Comet Ison was a comet that came from the ends of the earth. From the ends of the earth. Same exact thing as Comet Ison. Comet Ison came from the ends of the earth.
Baby, you're my better. Just in case. Just in case. Just in case.
Tell me if it's the ball. They say it's coming.
I'll make you.
They tell you it's coming. They got here in 2013. You see, the Mayans calendar. The Mayans calendar ended in 2012. She got here November 27, 2013. But she got it. She came in as a ball of lights. And as you can see right here, this is no ball of lights. No. And when it got right close to the sun, the closest to the sun, it's called pure heat. Pure heat is when you get close to the sun. And typically, a comet will die, will go away. Doing pure heat will go away. We're driving inside the sun.
Let me make love to you for the last time, baby.
All the ones that will come. They'll go inside and this guy.
Don't treat each moment like the last. Baby, you're my better.
It comes
just in case.
Just in game. The coldest part. That's where all comments originate in the oil planet. When they come towards the sun. And they typically die during periheating. When they get closer to the sun, they die. Now, I want you to look at this comment. Wink, 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 wink. There's a comment. And you tell me if it dies, or if you see it come up off the sun. Rises off the sun. It's rising, rising. It dies in the fire and rises off the sun. And then it looks like a bow and arrow. It's in my face. The revelation twist, which is actually a comet. There's another comet. There's a silence in the sun. And she's back. She came back as a comet. But she's not a comet. And they know. And that's why she has this in her hand. Because when she comes back, she goes around the sun. And that's where her arms open up. Take a look. Look. You see that? She didn't die in the fire. This is not a comet. And now it looks like a bow in here. And what you're looking at is comet ice. That when she first got here, and then we saw her again in 2017. She came back. And they told us she was in World War. Well, who is she? Same thing. She's same thing. Messing from afar. Arriving first. She got back first. This is the white horse. It comes back for us first. I'm showing you this. No Christian passion gonna show you this. No Christian passion knows this. This is an Elohim. This is an Elohim right here. The one is back for us. No one's gonna show you this. It's all hidden. And it's right in my face. And this is why I begin to call her ISIS. I begin to call her ISIS. She's back for us. She rises. That's what the scripture says. She is soft from the south. Who rises up? It's her. The one that was given 2 wings to fly into the world. That's her. That's her. And then look, she's and she didn't know. And this is why Yah tells them this week. I'm going to send you a Savior and an Elohim. And what's the Elohim going to do? The Elohim's going to be living today. Who's the Elohim? I'm showing you. Right. She got you coming back to you. That's why. You see the X. The X is the process. See the X process. You see, it's important to understand. They don't get the pain. The pain of the X.
fired them crackers, man. Stop playing with them. Stop playing with them crackers.
I guess you just softens.
Most prop firms are built to take your money. They know exactly how traders think, and they use that against you, pushing crazy targets, strict risk management rules that are designed to make you slip. I've traded with multiple prop firms. I know exactly how they operate. I know exactly what they do to make traders like you slip up so that you don't get paid. Today, we're breaking down Apex, one of the biggest names in the industry, and before I get started, I want to make it very clear this video is not sponsored. There's no affiliation. There's no bias. I just want to give my honest opinion on Apex as a firm as a whole to see if you should even trade with them, if it's even worth it for you, or if you should just walk and stay as far away as possible from that firm. In order to determine whether or not Apex is actually worth it for you to trade with, we first need to break down every aspect of the firm, their rules, their payout policies, what you need to qualify to get a funded account, and how you can sustainably trade with them long term if that's even feasible for most people. We're gonna go ahead and get started with their website right now. Alright you guys, so we're on Apex's website. We're going to go ahead and discuss a few of their rules. We're going to get into exactly how you can pass these accounts and everything about them. So starting off here on their website, you'll always see they're usually running sales. Right now they're running an 80% off sale. Again, this video is not sponsored whatsoever. I do not have a code, no affiliation, anything. So if you go into their firm, what do they offer? They used to make it to where it took 7 days to pass the account, 7 trading days. But now it's only 1 day, especially when they have this 80% off sale. They make it sure it's only 1 day. If you go ahead and click get started, they have the rhythmic plan, which runs through NinjaTrader. Personally, I don't like that. I like to use the TraderBait. It's a bit easier to navigate, especially if you're on a Mac and you don't have a Windows. So they have the 25K challenges right here. The profit goal is 1,500 and the trailing threshold is 1,500. We'll get into that a little bit later. The 50K account, personally my favorite. The profit goal is 3,000. And then the trailing threshold is 2,500. They also have the 75K, the 100K. The 150K are also really good as well. I just didn't want to discuss the other ones in depth, but the 150K is $9,000 profit goal, a $5,000 trailing threshold. The 250Ks are also good as well. The $15,000 profit goal, 6,500 trailing threshold. And then currently I'm actually working with 300Ks, the $20,000 goal, and then a $7,500 target. These prices that you see here are the monthly price without the discount. If you're getting a 50K account with the 80% off, it's going to cost you about $37.40 per month. Once you pass, if you do pass within that month, you only have to pay for that 1 month. And then anywhere where it says $297, so for example, the 150K, 250, and the 300 go all around like $59.60 or something like that with the 80% off sale. So getting into the actual evaluation, there is something called a trailing threshold. The trailing threshold is going to be a drawdown that is trailing intraday per trade that you take unrealized. So compared to other firms where you have EOD trailing, end of day trailing, this firm trails. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go into the screen right here. I'm going to show you guys exactly what I mean by intraday trailing. So let's just say you're trading with a 50K evaluation. That means that starting balance is $50,000. Your trailing threshold is $2,500. Let's just say you're floating in a trade $100, so you're up $100. Your previous balance that you can go, the least amount of money that you could have the account at would be $47,500. But now you're floating $100, so now you're adding 100. So now your account can no longer go beneath $40,600, even if you don't close out that trade. So let's just say you're up $100. You don't close that trade, you get stopped at a break even. The trailing threshold still moves up $100, and it does that the entire way. So if you were up $500, your trailing threshold goes from $47,500 up to $48,000. That is the lowest that your account can go down to. This is what makes it difficult to trade. You know, compared to other firms, I'm not going to list any names right now, but compared to some other firms where it's EOD, meaning the end of day balance, if you have P&L, that's what they base it off with. This is what makes Apex a bit more difficult. Now, the benefit of trading with Apex is that you can have up to 20 accounts. So personally, I'm funded with 16 300Ks right now. I was funded with 20, but I did lose 4 of them on accident. It was a TraderBait error that happened. I am working with 16 right now, and being able to have this many accounts allows you to get more in payouts with less effort because you can actually utilize built-in trade copiers. Now, I'll make another video on that later. Make sure that you're subscribed so that you can see that. I'll teach you guys how you can leverage the trade copiers to be able to trade between different firms and whatnot. But back to my point, it makes it a bit difficult. That's why I like to use the 50K account, because the profit target is only 3,000 and the drawdown is 2,500. So it's almost a 1-to-1 risk-to-reward ratio, and the payout policy is pretty decent. So if we go into here, we go ahead and go into the FAQ. If you go into the payout policy, how do payouts work? Every single account actually has a different amount of money that you can withdraw. So you're capped per amount that you can withdraw per account for the first 48 trading days. This is a new rule that they've implemented for the first 48 trading days. It used to be the first 4 months, but they have reduced that to 48 trading days. And 48 trading days, assuming that you trade every single day of the month, will give you about 2 months and about a week before you can withdraw 100% payout of the 60 payout and beyond. You're able to withdraw 100% of your profits, but depending on your account size, so for the 50K account that we're using in this example, you're able to withdraw a total of $2,000 per account. So that means if you have all 20 accounts, you can withdraw $40,000 every 8 days, $80,000 every month, essentially with 16 trading days as you traded. And then every single account size, you can see it increases as you go up. 300K accounts I have, I can withdraw up to $3,500 per account per payout period. That's typically how it is. Now, in order to get a payout, you have to abide by all of their rules. So there's a lot of rules that they have. I'll go ahead and get into those right now and go ahead and pull this up. So there's a lot of different rules that they have that you have to abide by. The first one is the 30% negative profit and loss rule. That means one singular trade cannot exceed more than 30% of the total drawdown in the entire account. So if I go here, for example, let's just say you're trading with a $50,000 account. Your drawdown, your trailing threshold, is 2,500. 30% of 2,500 is 750. That means in one singular trade, you cannot exceed a loss of $750. Now, if you take 3 trades of $250 and you lose $750, that's totally fine. But one singular position cannot exceed a loss of $750. They do this so that you can be consistent, so that you can be able to show them day in and day out that you have proper risk management. They don't want you losing 30% of the total drawdown in one trade, which makes sense. The next rule is a 30% consistency. That means it goes the opposite way as well. One day's profit cannot exceed more than 30% of the entire account. So let's just say that over the course of 8 days, your profit total is $10,000. That means in one singular day, you cannot exceed $3,333 in profit. If you were to make $5,000 in one day, out of the 8 days that you had made $10,000, so let's just say one day encompassed 5,000 out of that 10,000, you would have to trade for more days so that that 5,000 does not make up more than 30%. So if you're going to do 5,000 divided by 0.3, that means that your account balance would have to be up $16,000 in order for you to get a payout had you made $5,000 in one day. The reason why they do this is so that you can consistently make money every single day. They don't want you making a lot of money one day and then base hitting your way the rest of the days. They want you to be consistently profitable over time, have a consistent proven result. They also have another rule with contract sizing. They want you to use the same contract size. You know, you can slowly scale them up over time, but for the most part, they don't want you to be, one day you're trading 10 minis on NQ, and then another day you're only trading 1 micro. So they don't want you to do that. They want you to be using proper risk management, have consistent risk over time. That's how you're going to get a payout. Dollar cost averaging DCA, they used to prohibit it. Now they allow you to do that. What that means is that you're allowed to enter another position when you're drawn out on something else. Let's say you enter in a long and you're in drawdown, you enter in another long, and average out your original entry.
You're not getting paid. You're not having funds amount of money you're going to suffer. If you're poor, save your money.
Too late. Look, you've already said the message, and people have already spent the money. Unfortunate. So Coachella was this weekend. It's a music festival, guys, if you don't know what it is, and it's expensive. And I saw this coming and I said, we have high inflation, we have people losing their jobs, we got tax and tariffs, everything is more and more and more expensive. I am having a very bad day. I'm in New York. I said, let's see what people did. And people did not let me go. They went out in droves. They went out in droves and spent like there was no tomorrow. Everybody's just sitting on the sidelines waiting. They all point to the first time. This is your first time. You don't know people, do you? People spend together their meetings all the time.
Sensational.
And I'm just calling out so that people can learn and
That's what
understand
I heard is
that
gonna
maybe
back
this
up our
isn't the
money,
time
y'all.
to
In the
raise
period,
spend.
we're gonna back
Maybe
up
this
our money.
isn't the time
Now it's
for
making
you
sense.
to say, you know what?
I'm gonna treat myself even though this is gonna drain my face.
What's even worse is,
You know what? I'm gonna create that just to go to Coachella.
but listen, guys, you need to watch this video.
You may
We're
not wanna
gonna get
believe it.
into it. We're gonna break it down and
It's
show
all
you
right.
the craziness. My name is Orlando. Welcome to the channel, guys. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. It really does help out the channel. And also, I have a newsletter that will give you tremendous value. How can you be free? You cannot beat it. And also, if you're trying to buy an investment property or commercial property, I can assist you with that. I've been a lender for 20 years, and that's my lane. That information is in the description and the pinned comment. Let's jump straight to it, guys. You know, we've been seeing this all year, the previous year before that, the previous year before that. Individuals saying how expensive things have gotten. You go to the grocery store, eggs are $10, $12, $13, $14, $15. You think I'm joking? You can just go to the grocery store.
It's true.
You haven't seen all the news reports that say eggs are going down. But you go to the grocery store. You haven't seen individuals say, I can't afford this because prices are going up. I can't afford taxes because taxes are going up on my home. I can't buy a home because prices are continue going up. Not just on the home, but everything else associated with the home also.
So broke right there. She'll starve there.
People haven't been telling you that rent is continuing to go up, and they don't know what's going to happen. But the same individual will order DoorDash every day.
Right there. There she is. There it is.
These same individuals will buy the most expensive car.
There it is.
These same individuals will go to Coachella and put it on there. You don't believe me?
That's supposed
You
to
know
be.
I'm going to show you, right? It says here, many Coachella attendants are buying tickets through buy now, pay later. Did somebody say this is going to happen? Somebody said that as the economy gets worse, you need to watch out for these credit card companies offering you credit that is super easy. They're now offering credit to buy Coachella. It's pretty crazy. You want to know exactly how your personal info ends up in the hands of total strangers? It's not hacked. Trust me, it's not hacked. It's sold over and over and over again. And most of the time, you don't even know it's even happening. Today's video is sponsored by Privacy. You would be shocked at how many companies have your full name, your email address, your previous address, your current address, and it goes on and on and on. And these companies are making real money off of your info. And you don't even know who's buying it. And the scary part is, once your data's out there, it's out there, guys. Privacy Hub helps fix that. It shows where your personal data is stored, helps you delete it, and tells companies to stop selling it. That means fewer risks, fewer leaks, and more control finally. Using Privacy Hub will give you a peace of mind that you probably didn't even know that you needed. If you're ready to take back control, hit the link below. Get 20% off the platinum annual plan with the code -20 on iOS and -20 on Android. Hit the link and get it free scan now. Now back to the video. Klarna, Afterpay,
here's the
all these
future
buy
for
now,
the
pay
serious
later
right
places
now.
are now
The
offering
World
you
Trade
the
Organization
more
lowers their
and more.
economic growth forecast for this year.
You thought it was bad.
For next
You
year,
were Walmart
some
checkout
of these
and you
numbers
great
are
drag
huge,
you soft up into
huge news.
payments.
But that would matter, so you're an expert at this, and this is the future that we're seeing.
It gets worse than that. It gets worse than that.
Yeah,
Now
I've been trying to find when is the last time we saw
Let's take a
the
look.
dollar
It says here,
fall and stock sell off in a time that lasted longer than a few days. And I had to go back to my friend Mark Sobel, who was a longtime Treasury guy, now the chair of the U.S. and FOMFIP, the think tank, 1977-78. So we haven't seen what we're living through right now in a very, very long time. And back then, what it was inflation expectations, lack of confidence in the Fed, lack of confidence in policy.
Taking the
But let's see here, it says according to reporting Billboard,
Revelation 10:10.
of zero emission tickets at this year's festival optics Coachella page. Riders are charged $41 upfront to enroll.
The hard thing is you cannot have confidence in any view. We saw that with United's dual outlooks because we could get deals, we could have the whole tariff war go away tomorrow. Like literally we could. And at the same time, we probably won't. The 10% universal tariff probably stays at a minimum, something on China at a minimum. Those two things alone would take the tariff level significantly higher than what we've seen in many decades. So I think looking for a major slowdown in growth against that backdrop is reasonable. The only good news, and I think the people who aren't looking for recessions yet, is that we were starting from such a strong place. Right? We had record household wealth at the end of last year. We had very little leverage on household balance sheets, corporate balance sheets, relatively speaking. So I think people who are saying slow down in the recession are looking at that and hopefully lots of deals. I'm a little bit bearish. I think that we're probably looking at a minimum a mild recession for the end of the year.
They're hoping that you don't do that, because if you see that, then you think to yourself,
You spent bad
then they would see that they're getting fined. It doesn't sound bad, right? But then when you read it, it says here, and it says that $41 may seem minor.
I mean, that's a major hit to the world. I mean, basically what we have between the U.S. and China right now is a trade embargo. I mean, with the tariff rate at that level, we're effectively saying no trade. And the U.S. imports half of its consumer goods from China. So right now, inventories are getting built up. We're getting front loading, if you will, of inventories and spending. So we're going to see decent data for the next few months. But then we're going to have a Wile E. Coyote moment where tariffs come back in, the reprieve is over, the inventories are used, and we're going to be paying a lot more for shoes and clothes, and the consumer's going to get hit hard, I think.
What do we do for 24 bucks?
You know, you look at it, and I think the only thing I see is gold out there.
Man, who would have ever thought that? Who would have ever thought that getting the privilege to pay $19.99 for 24 bucks?
There is an argument for active stock selection right now with all the money in passive index funds where you're just getting in and out of a country or an entire sector. You are going to see some stocks that have better fundamentals on our price. So I think that is one approach to this. I think leaning in on large caps and on consumer staples in defensive areas. If you want overseas diversification, the UK looks like they may get a trade deal with the White House, and they tend to be a more defensive market overall. That might be another place I'd nibble at. You mentioned Switzerland, Tom. Normally that's one of my go-tos for downside protection. With the pharmaceutical tariffs, I'm not sure that one works as well this time.
It is a money. I mean, you can tell that we're being a money trap, really. It is really shredding. Calling out the music festival for being a money trap, really. Outrage critics calling out the music festival for being a money trap, really. I mean, you can tell by the fact that you're now you shouldn't be buying. But here we go. As hundreds of thousands descend upon Southern California.
I mean, my hope is that just with some of the exceptions we've seen in the last week, if supply chains become truly threatened later this year, we will see exceptions for pharmaceutical ingredients and actual pharmaceuticals, because there's no way the voting public is going to be okay if they can't get their meds.
What if Lord claims they spent over $100 per week, consisting of tacos and lemonade on the first night of Coachella, with pop star Lady Gaga headlined the festival main stage. Now let's just take a look. Here's the lemonade that the guy is, and then it says here, the price of this lemonade, it says, raved about the lemonade despite the $17 price of $17. So she admitted it was her second cup of lemonade, spending $34 a day. Sounds like these videos that people post on TikTok. I'm in survival mode, and the cost of living is going up. A lot of times people come into the gym and go, Orlando, what are you doing, man? Like, get some solutions. This is solutions. Do not use buy now, pay later. Do not go into debt on wasteful spending. Do not go into debt when you're trying to save money. Do not spend $17 on lemonade when you're living paycheck to paycheck. Do not go back for a second round of the lemonade. And then it says here, the entire spread of 2 orders of tacos.
As a shekel between.
Yeah, it's a semi-impractical thing, reserves, because what central banks decide to hold or not hold is ultimately secondary to what is the unit of commercial transaction. And there is no alternative to the dollar as a unit of commercial transaction at scale. There's nothing even close. It's not even remotely a point of conversation.
China would have to open up their current account, they have to allow major yuan depreciation.
I mean, we're talking
lemonade.
Or the Spanish, Italians, Germans, and British would all have to align into a single United States of Europe with a central bank and all the rest. It's just
and grow themselves markets that are all adjacent to ours, which will take them forever and a half.
So why are we not buying the dollar at this point? I mean, it's ridiculous to move.
Because there are gradients to these things. I don't think what we're looking at in these moves is a genuine belief in markets that there is an alternative to the dollar because the markets are not dumb. And that's a dumb market. There is no alternative. And so
I think the gold chart says that the market thinks that there's no alternative.
We know that's not true.
I think that's what gold is telling you.
Individuals who can't afford to go to a festival.
Exactly.
People are reaching
this uncertainty. It isn't viable alternative. I mean, the euro is soaring also. Sure. The yen is soaring also. Sure. These are the most liquid forms of cash, not named USD.
Yeah, but the difference between those is that the yen is up 10% year to date, gold is up 10% over the past week. Right? So like there is a play for people who are saying, I'm just going to get away from the dollar.
I don't know
into
what
other
I'm going to do.
currencies.
And then I look at them and go,
They're going into other currencies, maybe it's repatriation, but they're also saying, I got to put my money somewhere. And this shiny rock offers me much better earnings potential in the short term than anything else I can put my money in.
And again, it's anything not USD. What more traditional of a dollar foil is there than gold? So the whole thing,
let me see your budget. Let me see your
I completely
You're like, hey man, listen. I'm not
isn't speaking to the dollar's replacement in global commerce because that's a ludicrous thing to even surmise.
Everything that you have is on the
it does suggest that there is sovereign risk being built into US dollar denominated assets, and that sovereign risk is getting discounted across the spectrum.
You live
bonds are lower, stocks are lower, dollars are lower. It's a movement of capital out of the US because of an increased uncertainty in what doing business looks like in dollar terms.
Where I can't meet you is when you can.
Well, here's the good news for stocks in terms of where we turn around from today. Maybe it has to do something with expiration flows. But the area that we had previously marked up on the chart right near 18,000, that's been somewhat of a line in the sand. Overshoots and undershoots on both sides of support resistance. We do turn from there a little bit today. So, you know, the worst.
It's why I didn't sell NASDAQ or the S&P today. We established those ranges on the last time we affected it last week. So, we had that big, he's paused the tariffs for 90 days.
Evicted.
No, he didn't. He paused the extra tariffs for 90 days. Everybody still gets 10% tariff, and the average before that was like 2. So this is still 5 times worse than it was before pause or no pause.
These prices are
But okay, fine.
Just to say you went.
Okay, fine.
Like a
So it's
money trap
back
that
a
everyone
little
falls for.
bit, and we established that some sort of axis that former resistance becomes support. You gotta get through that in order for this to be a sell again. Both S&P and NASDAQ, they're holding. I got short the Russell at the end of last week because it actually took this out.
And then pay $600-700.
And that seems to be working a little
bit. Hey, go for it.
Only a little.
Yeah, Russell today is holding in there. It's been really the loss leader during this whole tariff episode, but it's those chip stocks today that are getting hit the hardest. AMD again, it's $800 million charge off related to the tariffs. NVIDIA likewise, their current generation of chips are the Blackwells. The prior generation was known as the Hopper. So they had these things called H20s that they designed effectively to be able to export to the Chinese market to work around the Biden chip curves. And that way the best chips aren't falling into, heading into China. Okay. Trump's changes basically say, yeah, we can't even export those now. So there's really no other market for these because other countries have the ability to get the new top of line Blackwells. These export curves are only really aimed at China. So who are they going to sell them to? They just have to decide that we're going to write down the inventory. It is a healthy part of their income, somewhere around 7 to 10%. And the stock anyway, guys, about 6.87%. Today was a little bit worse for the wear.
These are financial decisions that
Dylan,
people are making.
This feels like an emblematic day.
They just don't know it right
of
now.
what we should
they
expect.
Think that they had a great weekend.
This is going to be the headline that marks the news that we see in the future. Major companies are going to be telling us that they have to write down things because of this trade disruption. We're hearing the small businesses that are going to have to go under as a result of these trade disruptions. Because the deals just aren't coming together yet. We still have nothing announced.
And it's going to be months. Then obviously there's not going to be any deals in the near term for anybody to do anything that's worth anything. Like it's going to be like this for months. I think that's the most likely.
Interesting to me.
Well, and we're going to be kicking this 90-day thing down the road for all eternity because now this is a leverage point. Am I going to extend it? Am I not going to extend it? If he was just going to do it and take the Band-Aid off, first of all, but second of all, that removes all leverage. The pain is there, now he's just got to go and react. But now he has leverage. He can go out and say, oh, maybe I'll put him some more. Maybe I won't. And we can play this game constantly. So he has a button that he can push now, and he can basically threaten everyone with pushing it again. So we're back in limbo. But of course, for markets, that limbo is exactly the wrong thing. I think that's ultimately where you land with the Fed. Powell said today, Powell said today, look, these tariffs are higher than there's no baseline of experience for what this is going to do. We're moving away from our goals. We're basically paralyzed. We'll see what happens next year. In other words, he almost seems to be going the president. You can't come you need to give us these numbers. If you want us to do this, we're not going to do it unless you give us the ingredients. What is interesting, though, is all of this uncertainty is the place from where the economic hit is coming. It isn't the tariffs as such. They haven't even shown up, really, so much as sort of they're hitting activity other than boosting it. We saw it in retail sales. The autos component and the auto parts component was off the charts because people are trying to front-run the tariffs. It'll all fall quickly. But as you look at all of this, so far the tariffs are not actually showing up as economic pain because of the higher costs. They're showing up as economic pain because of uncertainty and people holding back money that they would have otherwise spent. So this is the thing for the Fed now. Powell out there saying, oh, well, tariffs are longer lasting, inflation expectations might get inflation expectations are falling. And they're falling because people are looking through the tariff increase as a price adjustment and to the recession that adjustment will cause. The Fed just needs to come around. It just hasn't seen enough scary data to sell it.
I think is the most noticeable part of this whole Powell comment today. I have it marked up here with the vertical line in the chart when he starts speaking. He said that we may find ourselves in a challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension.
that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from control and potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close.
And I recognize that you tried all for last week, got under yesterday's law. What's a normal break? Interesting.
Strzała tu, witam Was serdecznie w kolejnym odcinku na kanale Combat.pl. Pomysły na ten odcinek były niewątpliwie wydarzenia, które odbywają się za naszą wschodnią granicą. Jeśli śledzicie filmiki z pola walki w tamtym rejonie, to zapewne możecie zauważyć, że większość działań wojennych odbywa się w terenie zurbanizowanym, czyli przeważnie w miastach, na przedmieściach czy w jakichś mniejszych miejscowościach. Natomiast wymiana ognia jest przeważnie na dystansie od kilkudziesięciu do kilkuset metrów i strony konfliktu podczas ostrzału wykorzystują różnego rodzaju zasłony, żeby się po prostu skryć. Są to przeważnie jakieś porzucone samochody czy budynki lub na przykład przemieszczają się za pojazdami opancerzonymi. I tutaj generalnie wszystko wydaje się proste. Czyli podczas ostrzału chowasz się za jakąś zasłoną i w miarę możliwości wychylasz i prowadzisz skuteczny ogień. No właśnie, ale diabeł niestety tkwi w szczegółach. I teraz pytanie, za czym tu się schować, żeby ten nabój karabinowy 5,56 czy 7,62 lub nawet większy nie spenetrował tej przysłony i nas nie trafił? Czy ta zasłona w postaci porzuconego samochodu, który tak naprawdę jest taką blaszaną puszką, coś nam w ogóle daje, czy lepiej za czymś takim się w ogóle nie chować? Druga sprawa to jak wychylać się, żeby jak najmniej się odsłonić, a jednocześnie prowadzić skuteczny ogień. No bo wiecie jak to jest, pytania się mnożyły, a odpowiedzi ciężko znaleźć w internecie, szczególnie te poparte jakimś doświadczeniem. Bo niestety tego typu wiedza zarezerwowana jest na płatnych szkoleniach. Ale rozwiązanie nasunęło się samo. Zadzwoniłem do Laska, czyli Tomka Laskowskiego, no bo kto jak to, ale on realia walki w mieście zna doskonale. Spytałem, czy moglibyśmy zrobić taki materiał do naszych widzów. I słuchajcie, jest Tomek, no to działamy.
Witam Was serdecznie ponownie w odcinku Combat.pl. Dzisiaj naszej szkolenia, prezentacji będzie zakres ochrony, czyli zabezpieczenia rzeczy, przedmiotów takiego codziennego użytku. Przykład, tutaj pojazd, następne elementy to będą różne rodzaje przykłady infrastruktury, budynków, ścian i przykłady chociażby takiej fortyfikacji z worków ziemnych.
No Tomek, słuchaj, wiem, że nie jesteśmy w stanie odtworzyć tak jeden do jednego tych działań, które są tam, tutaj na naszym poligonie, ale patrz, mamy samochód, czyli generalnie
znajdujemy się w środku, nawet poza pojazdem. Formułę pojazdu, kwestii powiedzmy jakiegoś tam poszycia, blach i wewnętrznego wyposażenia amunicji. Jakieś tam delikatne wzmocnienia związane z olejowami, dodatkową blachą, wykorzystać osłonę ochronę do czasu, kiedy po prostu będzie zastaw.
Jak to wygląda na przykład w przypadku
ułożenia broni na barku i wtedy wychodząc od ramię skracam, zmniejszam swoją pozycję i nie eksponuję jej, wykorzystując właśnie tę przestrzeń.
Nie masz przekroczone, tak coś to sobie
to jest specjalna technika stosowana po to, żeby mnie w momencie, kiedy postawiłbym celownik pionowo, musiałbym pionowo wyjść ze strefy, która mnie chroni. W momencie, kiedy kładę broń na płasko, 45 stopni, powoduje to, że celownik robi swoją robotę, ja stabilizuję broń na to jest specjalna technika stosowana po to, żeby nie w momencie, kiedy postawiłbym celownik pionowo, musiałbym pionowo wyjść ze strefy, która mnie chroni. W momencie, kiedy kładę broń na płasko, 45 stopni, powoduje to, że celownik robi swoją robotę, ja stabilizuje broń na strefie maski i optymalnie wykrajowuje, powiedzmy, strefę, którą chce ewentualnie zobaczyć, spenetrować lub oddać zwyczajnie ogień, tak? Dobrze by było nie trzymać. Tutaj tego układu nie trzymasz, on nie jest do niczego ci potrzebny. Kładziesz sobie łapę na masce, broń jest w takiej fałce, też nie musisz tego trzymać wiecznie. Ona będzie bardzo dobrze leżała. Tylko tu sobie układasz, stabilizujesz. Powoduje to podniesienie kąta, żeby maska, wiadomo, ma pewien kształt, żeby uniknąć kontaktu amunicji, bo będzie wtedy przekoszenie. I teraz to, co wcześniej zauważyłeś, nie opierasz na dołku strzeleckim, tylko kładziesz na dołku. Ręka, łokieć musi być dociągnięta bardzo głęboko do ciała, a tutaj ja to tak nazywam, tak zwany łabądek. Ale ma to zasadność, czyli miękki nadgarstek, on nam dociska broń do barku, a palec miękko pracuje wtedy, operuje operatorami.
Ale co mają wszystko lato?
Tak jest. Już tutaj wszystko będzie pięknie. A widzę. Tak jest. Tak jak powiedziałem, tutaj jest latarka, więc osprzęt, który będzie, on będzie w jakiś formie wpływał na kształt i pracę, ale musimy dostosować ten element oddziaływania. Tutaj zobacz, jeżeli ty obniżysz poziom, kierunek albo umiejscowienie wylotu lufy, to może być potencjalne prawdopodobieństwo tego, że będzie pocisk ślizgał się tak. Więc musisz tak położyć dłoń, żeby stworzyć ten odpowiedni kąt i dystans. Tak jest. Najlepiej na płasko. Dosłownie zrobić fałkę. I tyle.
Czyli tak.
Tak.
Jestem nisko.
Jesteś nisko, tutaj ten łokieć musi być, o właśnie. Tak, tu jest tam taka tendencja strzelców, którzy strzelają, no nie ma co ukrywać, sportowo, raczej rekreacyjnie, że dosyć szeroko tę sylwetkę prowadzą, a to jest element zasadny ze względu na to, żeby zminimalizować potencjalną przestrzeń rażenia, tak? Tak jak zmniejszymy sylwetkę, tak też pozwolimy naszym kolegom, którzy pracują z nami swobodnie, płynniej działać z nami w piwie, nie?
No okej, chyba wiem, o co chodzi.
Pamiętaj, łapa na płasko, bo ty starasz się schwycić, a jeżeli ciągnie to fałka. Tak, jeżeli zrobisz taki element właśnie, o, tutaj i osadzisz to wtedy. Czasami się robi też piąchę, podkłada zwyczajnie spina, piąchę pod element. Żeby tak, połowa, położy i płynie. To powoduje, że jeżeli ja działam, oddziaływuję, to płynnie mogę przemieszczać. Podejmamy, tutaj jakby też, ale widzę też ten swój karabin przez to, że jestem jakby tu dociskając łapę, bo to jest tak, że dociskam, a tutaj pracuję i operuję. Ewentualnie mogę sobie przemieszczać, jakby też sterować, dozować wysokość, wiadomo o co chodzi, i płynnie przemieszczać się ze strefy góry na strefę przód. Aczkolwiek z przodu już mamy trochę inną technikę, bo jak powiedziałem, wykorzystujemy cały przedział. Z przodu musimy wtedy wykorzystać zmianę podstawy pozycji i zupełnie blisko prowadząc ogień musimy wyjść z tak zwanej naszej słabej pozycji.
Czyli teraz jesteś na lewej stronie, masz broń
na lewej. Mogę to zrobić w innym układzie, czyli zrobić układ taki, jak teraz, czyli pracuję prawą silną ręką, przykładam na lewe ramię, z tym, że muszę pamiętać o tym, że dominującą rolę teraz będzie spełniało oko lewe. Nie centralnie do końca, bo będę nieprecyzyjnie widział. Lewe przejmuje dominację i jak najniżej w strefie zderzenia.
Czyli warto uczyć się operowania bronią, zarówno lewą, jak i prawą ręką.
Tak, ale tutaj, tak jak powiedziałem, tutaj zmieniam tylko układ na lewe ramię. Prawa ręka dalej dysponuje, włada i operuje, a bywa, że wszedłem na lewe i wtedy już jest pełen układ od tego lustrzony, od widzicie tego, co działam na tej zwanej mocnej ręce. Czyli wchodzę już w tym układzie. I znowu muszę pamiętać, że lewe oko zaczyna jakby przejmować. Ze względu na to, że prawe oko jest robione inny kąt i nie mielibyśmy wyglądu sytuacji, która jest minimum.
No w swoim wykonaniu wygląda to, nie ukrywajmy, bardzo profesjonalnie. Ja na przykład z przełożenia na przykład na lewą rękę.
Tutaj jesteśmy dzisiaj, żebyś miał możliwość spróbować, zobaczyć sobie tą formułę i przekonać się o niej, czy ma zasadność. Sugestia. Właśnie teraz walczysz dlatego, że gdybyś zmienił nogę, to lewe kolano wykorzystasz teraz jako formułę zaparcia. Aha, typu nie chodzi o samą podpórkę, tylko zaparcie. Czyli o właśnie, posadzasz bardzo nisko i blokujesz. Dzięki temu zwiększasz sugestię, czyli opada ci cała twoja górna część ciała. Masz względnie bezpieczną strefę, skrywasz się za przedziałem silnika i możesz prowadzić potencjalnie równie płynny ogień łatwy. To prawda. Tak, tylko musisz pamiętać o tym właśnie. Dużo bardziej nam się łatwiej skryć, obniżyć sylwetę. Możesz, jak się przysuniesz, to nie będziesz przepadał, twoje ciało nie będzie przepadało, a wykorzystasz zderzak jako formułę oparcia. Teraz właśnie i tyle. I zobacz, twoja linia boku teraz, patrząc z perspektywy, jest na wysokości maski. W momencie, kiedy wcześniej wykonałeś tę technikę, to wystawałeś ponad maskę.
Powiem Ci, że myślę, że jest to do opanowania i faktycznie wydaje się to skuteczne, dlatego że
musi być.
Bardzo fajnie to mnie zasłania.
Tak. Ale trzeba pamiętać o tych zasadach. Dlatego, że każda ekspozycja ponad strefę krawędzi pojazdu będzie po prostu potencjalnym zagrożeniem dla nas w momencie, kiedy ktoś postanowi jednak nam tam pokazać, że on rządzi w strefie.
Dobra, skoro jesteśmy tutaj, to może przejdźmy do tego przodu.
Do przodu tutaj, jeśli chodzi o ten element przodu, to mamy bardzo podobną sytuację. Zaprezentowałeś technikę, która jest bardzo niska i płynna i tutaj jest identyczny układ, tylko że sobie naprawdę przelamy prawej nogę i przyjmuję taką pozycję. Czyli zobacz, moja...
Wiem, poczekaj, jeszcze raz.
Wprowadzasz sobie, tak, spokojnie, wprowadzasz sobie, cyk, nie przekaszaj się, siedź prosto, po co przekaszasz się, i jedziesz, cyk, wchodzi,
tu i tu. A kierownica jest nawet dla mnie podpórką.
Korzystaj ją, oczywiście.
Baba?
Baba. Pamiętaj o prowadzeniu broni, pamiętaj o tym, że pierwszy wytoruje, przetoruje, a potem powtórka, przemieszczenie i drugi. Kontakt.
Chciałem, żebyśmy przetestowali sobie dzisiaj użyteczność pistoletów na potrzeby tak zwanego home defense, czyli inaczej obrony nieruchomowej. Kto ty jesteś? Pokaż ręce! Czym jest system RAS?
Tak.
Już wiecie, bo mieliśmy kilka razy strzelania zarówno z pistoletów, jak i ze strzeli. Są to pistolety, które strzelają gumowymi kulkami, a także aluminiowymi.
Kontakt, niska, od razu sztabasz. Super, o to chodzi. Pamiętać o tym, żeby nie przebywać zbyt długo w tym układzie bardzo takiej ekspozycji, bo wiadomo o co chodzi. Pamiętać o elemencie tak i super, i tego kodu. Nawet tutaj to jest szyba, a drugi, zobacz, mignąłeś, ale ominąłeś, więc musisz poprawić. Zobacz, jak ten strzelałeś na wysokości, zobacz kąt. Strzelasz na wysokości, a ucieka ci do góry.
Dlaczego?
Bo szyba przekamuje, dlatego musisz strzelać optymalnie jak najniżej. Jak najniżej, starać się tak. Okej?
Przede wszystkim
więc musisz poprawić, zobacz. Tak, okej? Uwaga, przymykam drzwi. Uwaga, Olek. Kontakt! Tak, musisz tuż sobie poradzić, niska sylweta. Jak najniżej, pamiętaj o tych zasadach. Walk, koda, tak, i teraz spokojnie, to ma być technika. Ale tutaj wypracuj sobie optymalnie. Zabezpiecz.
pamiętajcie, że cały czas
I teraz sam widzisz, już efekt jakby pracy, jeśli chodzi o przebicie szyby i powielenie i wejście w strefę jest dobry, ale tak jak powiedziałem, ten element oddziaływania szyby
Nie szkolimy się taktycznie w klubie, tylko pamiętajmy o tym, że w razie zagrożenia, kiedy musimy wziąć na uwagę sami, jesteśmy z rodziną, z noc, ktoś nam się wbija do domu, wtedy musimy obronić naszą rodzinę. Znamy rozkład powietrzny, wiemy, jesteśmy we własnym domu, musimy wykorzystać ten aspekt do obrony.
No tak, ale temat jest taki, że znamy rozkład powietrzny, ale albo powiedzmy jakieś narzędzia w tej chwili znajdują się konkretnie w cały proces szkolenia pracy i później ewentualnie wykorzystania tej techniki obrony wielodomowego musi być poprzedzony wieloma elementami przygotowań, bo dobrze wiemy, my jesteśmy w sytuacji teoretycznie posiadamy jakieś tam miejsc w przypadku Polski społeczeństwa jest teraz patrząc z perspektywy tego, co dzisiaj będziemy tego typu może być w każdym miejscu i nie będzie wymagana do tego konkretna szafa, miejsce indywidualne, czy powiedzmy jakieś tam pomieszczenie do przechowywania, tak?
No tak, masz rację, to bardzo ważny aspekt. W momencie, kiedy pojawia się zagrożenie, to pierwsze, co musimy zrobić, to dostać się do pomieszczenia, do szafy, uzyskać tą broń.
Chyba, że przygotujemy tak na przykład, będziemy tak powiedzmy w trochę nadgorliwi albo przewidywalni i w każdym pomieszczeniu będzie znajdować się odpowiedni sejf z odpowiednim powiedzmy narzędziem typu broń w odpowiednim rodzaju, no i wtedy przygotujemy się do działania w tak zwanego zaskoczenia.
Oczywiście sobie nikt nam tego nie zabroni. Oczywiście. Chyba najpopularniejszą platformą taką pistoletową w Polsce i na świecie jest platforma glogowska.
No tak się przyjęło, że jest to broń, która występuje szybko, blisko wszędzie.
I my także mamy dwa rangi. Pierwszy jest to platforma, można powiedzieć, na licencji Glocka, czyli dokładnie odzorowana zarówno wielkość, jak i waga praktycznie też. A drugi to jest TPM-1. Konstrukcja bardzo zbliżona do Glocka, jednak już nie ma tych oryginalnych oznaczeń. Coraz bardziej popularną konstrukcją w Polsce jest także sekcja OSO MP9N2, czyli ten popularny kompakt, można powiedzieć, że konkurencja dla Glocka, także mamy ją w wersji ramowskiej. I ostatni PPQ, czyli następca bardzo popularnego P99. Zobaczymy, jak te pistolety radzą sobie na strzelaniu. Pamiętajcie, że te pistolety pasują do wszystkich kabel tak naprawdę broni ostrej. Czyli jeśli sobie zakupicie taki model, to możecie trenować na sprzęcie, na urządzeniu, później po prostu tak.
Ja mam nawet kampanię najlepszą, także zaprezentujemy jak to należy naturalnie zabijanie klasyka ostra z powiedzmy naszym gazowcem.
No to świetnie, właśnie o to w tym wszystkim chodzi.
Też fixa i tutaj też jakby podejdziemy do tematu, bo jeżeli będziemy pracować w tym jakby zagadnieniu home defense, no to nie eksponujemy szpejlu, nie eksponujemy jakby całego urządzenia na zewnątrz, tylko musimy broń albo skrycie, bo weszliśmy do domu, albo będziemy ją pobierać z jakiegoś tam, określiliśmy wcześniej schowka, sejfu, bo po prostu zwyczajnie tam jest skryta przechowywana.
Okay. Dużą zaletą konstrukcji RAM jest to, że możemy trenować tak naprawdę wszędzie. Możemy trenować we własnym domu.
Możemy wykorzystać jakieś wolne pomieszczenia, przestrzenie,
have a live recording of it that I'll post in the video. Maybe I'll do it before or after this cut. But
W przypadku teraz, kiedy prezentujemy broń typu gazowego, no to poza tak zwanym elementem zakupu, gdzie na pewno broń ta troszeczkę kosztuje, na ile można wejść na stronę kombatu i się przekonać, później dalsza część eksploatacji jest już w dużej mierze racjonalna, rozsądna i jak się inaczej.
Kulki kosztują w sumie co możemy trenować tak naprawdę do bólu.
A jeszcze macie realnie odwzorowana. Sam moduł, szkielet, chwyt są wręcz identyczne. Co do układu, jeśli chodzi o kabło, o mocowanie latarki, można to spokojnie zobaczyć, przypatrzyć się. Przyrządy celownicze są bardzo realnie odwzorowane, mocne, wyraźne, dzięki czemu można przepracować elementy manualne. Co do, wiadomo, ciężaru, delikatnie będzie się to zawsze różniło ze względu na to, że jednak broń palna jest bronią palną, ona ma za zadanie wytrzymywać potężne obciążenia, ale dokładając jakby element magazynka, który jest już dociążony, zaczynamy iść w kierunku podobnego ciężaru i elementu pracy na tym gazowcu. Ja osobiście, mając jakby w perspektywie teraz tą broń i ten model do użycia, zastanawiałbym się nad, powiedzmy, zakupem w kontekście treningów właśnie jeśli chodzi o home defense lub w kontekście jeśli chodzi o trening CQB i tak zwanej broni backupowej, bo eksploatacja i na pewno zakup tej broni byłby tańszy w porównaniu do broni typu FX, który może każdy sobie zobaczyć, jakie są koszty i później koszty eksploatacji. Sam nabój FX-a to jest, powiedzmy, przedział między 3,5-4 do 5 zł, także no, nie każdy sobie może na to pozwolić. No, oczywiście, że tak. Tutaj, tak jak sam wspomniałeś, naboje CO2, kulki gumowe, można nabyć w rozsądnej, racjonalnej cenie i zabawa będzie wtedy dużo przyjemniejsza. A praca praktycznie podobna. W przypadku treningu.
Dobrze to słyszeć, to jakby rokuje fajnie na korzyść właśnie tych pistoletów RAM.
Ale pamiętajmy, jeżeli pracujemy i traktujemy broń poważnie, to pracujemy w każdych aspektach, tak jakbyśmy pracowali na oryginale, na broni palnej, a nawet treningowej, mając na względzie strefy, okulary, bezpieczeństwo i racjonalne podejście do tematu.
Czyli jeśli chcemy trenować na ramach, na przykład przed tak naprawdę zasadniczym treningiem broni palnej, to musimy je traktować tak samo, jak to byłaby broń.
Nie wypaczajmy zasad. Zasady są zasadami. Jeżeli zaczniemy łamać zasady, to lepiej nie bierzmy się w ogóle za robotę, bo będziemy łamać zasady na broni ostrej i wtedy doprowadzimy ewidentnie, dojdzie do jakiegoś wypadku, nieszczęścia. Jeżeli będziemy traktować tą broń tak jak broń ostrą, czyli strefy, odpowiednie miejsca, odpowiednia jakość pracy, to wtedy możemy pokusić się, prowadząc tańszy trening na broń typu RAM, potem przekładając to na, powiedzmy, element chociażby broń ostrą, w samym elemencie manualu, w samym elemencie pracy tak zwanej suchej, w samym elemencie pracy wejścia w strefę. Oczywiście, no, broń ostra jest bronią ostrą, inny odrzut, inny element działania, podrzut, siła oddziaływania, ale jak powiedziałem, bardzo dużą częścią treningu jest trening manualny i tu można się pokusić o to, żeby powiedzmy wykorzystać do tego ramu.
Tak, oczywiście ramów nie rozłożymy tak jak prawdziwej, czy na przykład FX-a, no ale no to jest...
Strzał kaburowy, wejście w strefę celu, kąpie, strzelanie do tarczy jakichś papierowych, podgrywka też wchodzi w grę, bo jest bezpiecznie, są to kule gumowe. Oczywiście ma maska, gogle, nie okulary, a gogle, jeżeli już gdzieś tam ktoś mocno trenuje, bo zawsze jest ten element niebezpiecznej sytuacji, że może coś się przecisnąć przez okulary, ale jest to bardzo prawdopodobne, bardzo realne do użycia.
No właśnie samo strzelanie, tak jak teraz nawiązałeś do strzelania. No tutaj strzelamy, co prawda gumowymi kulkami, ale można powiedzieć, że ten bolon. I teraz nasze zachowanie...
Good afternoon, everybody. President Trump campaigned on the promise to secure our homeland and deport violent alien criminals from our communities. That is why the American people overwhelmingly re-elected him back to this office, and it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today we have officially learned Democrat officials still refuse to accept the will of the American people. Maryland's Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen rushed to Dulles Airport this morning to fly to El Salvador, potentially using taxpayer dollars, to demand the release of deported, illegal, alien MS-13 terrorists. The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money covering the ears, mouth, and eyes of presidents on various currency denominations. This is a known MS-13 gang symbol of hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Abrego Garcia was also arrested with two other well-known members of the vicious MS-13 gang. And two separate judges found that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, and that finding has never been disputed. And just this morning, it was revealed through Maryland's court documents that Abrego Garcia's wife petitioned for an order of protection against him for 2 instances of domestic violence in May of 2021. And here is the order right here. The court ordered that the respondents committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree, and on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her. This is from a court in Maryland. So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman leader. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again. And the United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the President of the United States and the Secretary of State should not be compelled to forcibly retrieve this citizen of El Salvador who is currently locked up in a maximum security prison in his home country due to his MS-13 membership. To remind the media and the Democrat Party, MS-13 are among the most vicious and dangerous individuals in this world. They pose a direct threat to the United States, El Salvador, and any other country who maintains basic law and order. MS-13 rapes innocent girls and women, runs sex trafficking operations, murders for sport, and terrorizes law-abiding people. That's why El Salvador President Bukele made it clear this week that he will not be releasing this MS-13 gang member from his prison. But that is not enough. All of that is not enough to stop the Democrat Party from their lies. The number one issue they are focused on right now is bringing back this illegal alien terrorist to America. But where are the Democrats applauding the fact that southern border crossings just hit a historic low? Where are the Democrats supporting our brave men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every single day to arrest the violent illegal alien invaders that the previous administration allowed into our country? And where are the Democrats when innocent Americans are victimized by illegal criminals that Joe Biden let in? It's appalling and sad that Senator Van Hollen, and the Democrats applauding this trip to El Salvador today are incapable of having any shred of common sense or empathy for their own constituents and our citizens. Nobody knows this more than the woman standing to my right, Patty Morin, whose beautiful daughter Rachel was brutally maimed and murdered at the hands of an illegal alien in August of 2023. Patty no longer has her daughter because of the failed Democrat Party's open border. And these are policies that President Trump is bringing an end to. Patty should not have to be here today, but she is. And we are grateful and we are honored for her willingness and her request to share her powerful story with the world. A lot of
jest niebezpieczny, jest bardzo agresywny, chce nam zrobić krzywdę, no i nie chcemy pozwolić na to.
Us, her family, we didn't know all the details. They kept most of it close to their chest, the detectives, because they didn't want to do anything to hurt the case. They wanted to keep the integrity of the case, so they kept everything close. I sat the last 2 weeks in her trial, and we saw layer upon layer upon layer of evidence against the accused, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador. And the things that we thought, well, maybe this might have happened, we didn't know. When we were at the trial, we got all the puzzle pieces. And I want to share some of those things with you. You know that Rachel's a 37-year-old mother. She has 5 children. We walked the trail for the last 25 years that we've lived in Maryland. It's a safe place for our family. It's where we go to get a little bit of New England, because that's where we're from, New England. When she went on that trail that day, she was not planning on dying. She wasn't planning on walking to her death. She was planning on going to the grocery store with her girls afterwards. Victor Martinez, he waited for her. He waited for her to come closer. He saw her. He saw that there was nobody around. He attacked her. He dragged her 150 feet. Blood gushing from her head. Left a 150-foot trail of blood to the culvert, where he took her and picked her up. He threw her against the walls of the tunnel, and he raped her. But before he did that, he stopped on that trail and rocks, still stained with her blood. He used them to hammer her head against the rocks. They say at least 20 times they could count the cuts in her head. They said that when they did the autopsy, and I've seen the pictures, there's a 6-inch square on the back of her head where the skull is shattered the way that you would crush an eggshell in pieces. 3/4 of her brain is hemorrhaged. Her right and left side of her face bashed in. Her beautiful face bashed in. Her head bashed in. Broken bones bashed in.
I praca na gazowcach jest to jak najbardziej zasadne. Także tutaj ja powiedziałem, jeżeli będą zachowywane warunki bezpieczeństwa, zasady pracy, tak jak powiedziałem, ostrej, potem
whether it's bruising, broken bones, contusions, the scratches. She had a fractured rib, fractured nose, fractured skull. And then he takes her into the tunnel. And he picks her up. He throws her against the wall. Blood is gushing from her head. Her hair is soaked in blood. And they showed us pictures of her body. Against the wall, outlined, the blood outlined her body. And you could see where the blood ran down around her. He was raping her. And then he threw her down and raped her some more. And then he strangled her because he didn't want her to be able to live to tell the story. They said that when they did the autopsy on her neck, that one of the things they do is they open up the neck and they look to see how far the injury is. And they went all the way down as far as an injury is possible, hemorrhaging in the muscles, because of how strong and violent the grip was around her. These are the kind of people that have no compulsion. Like to them, this is nothing. And when he was sitting in the courtroom, he actually looked like he thought he was going to be set free. There was no remorse on his face at all. This person took my daughter so violently, so gruesomely, and so graphically that they sealed the pictures, because I don't want my granddaughters to see these pictures. These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals, that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political, like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children. I don't care about politics. If you want to do that. I want to preserve life, and that's the only reason why I have taken and spoken about Rachel all this time. If you're a mother here in the room, can you imagine standing there alive? You're alive, and someone comes and puts their hands into your chest and rips out your heart. That's what it feels like. It feels like a part of you is being ripped out of you. You can't even describe the pain. Just like you can't describe to your husband what it feels like to carry a baby in your womb, or to feel those first kicks, or to know just intuitively if it's a boy or a girl. It's only a thing that a mother knows. Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge, or barely acknowledge my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this. I just want to say that as a mother and as an American citizen, the president and our entire team, and I hope people in this room are grateful for your willing to come here and your request to share your daughter's story. And I think the country will appreciate you loud and clear. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Patty or for me? No? No. We'll see you all later. The president will be criminals from our communities. That is why the American people overwhelmingly re-elected him back to this office, and it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today we have officially learned Democrat officials still refuse to accept the will of the American people. Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen rushed to Dulles Airport this morning to fly to El Salvador, potentially using taxpayer dollars, to demand the release of deported, illegal, alien MS-13 terrorists. The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money covering the ears, mouth, and eyes of presidents on various currency denominations. This is a known MS-13 gang symbol of hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Abrego Garcia was also arrested with two other well-known members of the vicious MS-13 gang. And two separate judges found that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, and that finding has never been disputed. And just this morning, it was revealed through Maryland court documents that Abrego Garcia's wife petitioned for an order of protection against him for two instances of domestic violence in May of 2021. And here is the order right here. The court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her. This is from a court in Maryland. So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman beater. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again. And the United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the President of the United States and the Secretary of State could not be compelled to forcibly retrieve this citizen of El Salvador who is currently locked up in a maximum security prison in his home country due to his MS-13 membership. To remind the media and the Democrat Party, MS-13 are among the most vicious and dangerous individuals in this world. They pose a direct threat to the United States, El Salvador, and any other country who maintains basic law and order. MS-13 rapes innocent girls and women, runs sex trafficking operations, murders for sport, and terrorizes law-abiding people. That's why El Salvador President Bukele made it clear this week that he will not be releasing this MS-13 gang member from his prison. But that is not enough. All of that is not enough to stop the Democrat Party from their lies. The number one issue they are focused on right now is bringing back this illegal alien terrorist to America. But where are the Democrats applauding the fact that southern border crossings just hit a historic low? Where are the Democrats supporting our brave men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every single day to arrest the violent illegal alien invaders that the previous administration allowed into our country? And where are the Democrats when innocent Americans are victimized by illegal criminals that Joe Biden let in? It's appalling and sad that Senator Van Hollen and the Democrats applauding his trip to El Salvador today are incapable of having any shred of common sense or empathy for their own constituents and our citizens. Nobody knows this more than the woman standing to my right, Patty Morin, whose beautiful daughter Rachel was brutally maimed and murdered at the hands of an illegal alien in August of 2023. Patty no longer has her daughter because of the failed Democrat Party's open border. And these are policies that President Trump is bringing an end to. Patty should not have to be here today, but she is. And we are grateful and we are honored for her willingness and her request to share her powerful story with the world. A lot of you don't know the big story about the crime that was committed
Przyjęły
against
się po prostu, że grunts to
even
powoli,
us, her
odkrywać się
family,
powoli.
we didn't know all
Cały
the
teren,
details. They kept most of it close to their chest, the
Przewadą
detectives,
naszą jest to, że
because
znamy naszą
they didn't
układ
want to do anything
mieszkania i domu,
to
ale praca
hurt the case. They wanted to keep the integrity of the case, so they kept everything close.
też może
I
nam
sat
przysporzyć
the
pewnego
last 2
rodzaju
weeks
kłopotów, z
in
tym, że
her trial,
wolne poruszanie da nam
and
tą
we
swobodę lub
layer
tę
upon layer
możliwość
upon layer of
cichego,
evidence
skrytego
against the accused,
sprawdzania tych
an
wszystkich
illegal immigrant from El Salvador.
Jesteśmy u siebie,
And
mamy
the
te
things
rany,
that we
więc
thought,
myślę, że warto
well, maybe
trenować po
this
prostu,
might have happened.
potrenować sobie
We didn't know
kilka
that
razy
when
te
we were
właśnie
at the
ten,
trial,
to
we got
przejścia.
all the puzzle pieces.
Nie strzelać w
And I'm going to share some of those things with you.
żonę, nie strzelać
You know that Rachel's a 37-year-old mother. She has 5 children. We walked the trail for the last 25 years that we've lived in Maryland. It's a safe place for our family. It's where we go to get a little bit of New England, because that's where we're from, New England. When she went on that trail that day, she was not planning on dying. She wasn't planning on walking to her death. She was planning on going to the grocery store with her girls afterwards. Victor Martinez, he waited for her. He waited for her to come closer. He saw her. He saw that there was nobody around. He attacked her. He dragged her 150 feet. Blood gushing from her head. It left 150-foot trail of her blood to the culverts. Where he picked her up, he threw her against the wall of the tunnel, and he raped her. But before he did that, he stopped on that trail and walked, still stained with her blood. He used them to hammer her head against those rocks. He said 20, at least 20 times they could count the cuts in her head. They said that when they did the autopsy, and I've seen the pictures, there's a 6-inch square in the back of her head where the skull is shattered the way that you would crush an eggshell in pieces. 3/4 of her brain hemorrhaged. Her right and left side of her face bashed in. Her beautiful face bashed in. Her head bashed in. Broken bones, fractures. He drags her some more. He drags her through the thorn bushes. She has all these scrapes and cuts on her body. There wasn't 1 inch of her body that didn't have some kind of injury, whether it's bruising, broken bones, contusions, scratches. She had a fractured rib, fractured nose, fractured skull. And then he takes her into the tunnel, and he picks her up. He throws her against the wall. Blood is gushing from her head. Her hair is soaked in blood. And they showed us pictures of her body against the wall, outlined. The blood outlined her body. And you could see where the blood ran down around her. He was raping her. And then he threw her down and raped her some more. And then he strangled her because he didn't want her to be able to live to tell the story. They said that when they did the autopsy on her neck, that one of the things they do is they open up the neck and they look to see how far the injury is. And they went all the way down as far as an injury is possible, hemorrhaging in the muscles, because of how strong and violent the work was around her. These are the kind of people that have no compulsion. Like, to them, this is nothing. And when he was sitting in the courtroom, he actually looked like he thought he was going to be set free. There was no remorse on his face at all.
Ale widzę gościa. No idziesz do niego, idziesz, trzymasz go, kontrolujesz, pokaż ręce,
So violently, so gruesomely, and so graphically that they sealed the pictures. Because I don't want my granddaughters to see these pictures.
Widzę go lewą rękę.
These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? What I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political, like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children. I don't care about politics. Well, I do, but I want to preserve life. And that's the only reason why I have taken this stupid Rachel all this time. If you're a mother here in the room, can you imagine standing there alive? You're alive, and someone comes and puts their hands into your chest and rips out your heart. That's what it feels like. It feels like a part of you is being ripped out of you. You can't even describe the pain, just like you can't describe to your husband what it feels like to carry a baby in your womb, or to feel his first kiss, or to know just intuitively if it's a boy or a girl. It's only a thing that a mother knows. Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge, or barely acknowledge my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this. Thank you. I just want to say that as a mother and as an American citizen, the president and our entire team, and I hope people in this room are grateful for your willingness to come here and your request to share your daughter's story. And I think the country hears you loud and clear. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Patty or for me? No? No? Anybody? Criminals from our communities. That is why the American people overwhelmingly reelected him back to this office, and it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today we have officially learned Democrat officials still refuse to accept the will of the American people. Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen rushed to Dulles Airport this morning to fly to El Salvador, potentially using taxpayer dollars, to demand the release of deported, illegal, alien MS-13 terrorists. The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money covering the ears, mouth, and eyes of presidents on various currency denominations. This is a known MS-13 gang symbol of hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Abrego Garcia was also arrested with 2 other well-known members of the vicious MS-13 gang. And 2 separate judges found that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, and that finding has never been disputed. And just this morning, it was revealed through Maryland court documents that Abrego Garcia's wife petitioned for an order of protection against him for 2 instances of domestic violence in May of 2021. And here is the order right here. The court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once, in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her. This is from a court in Maryland. So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman beater. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again. And the United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the President of the United States and the Secretary of State could not be compelled to forcibly retrieve this citizen of El Salvador who is currently locked up in a maximum security prison in his home country due to his MS-13 membership. To remind the media and the Democrat Party, MS-13 are among the most vicious and dangerous individuals in this world. They pose a direct threat to the United States, El Salvador, and any other country who maintains basic law and order. MS-13 rapes innocent girls and women, runs sex trafficking operations, murders for sport, and terrorizes law-abiding people. That's why El Salvador President Bukele made it clear this week that he will not be releasing this MS-13 gang member from his prison. But that is not enough. All of that is not enough to stop the Democrat Party from their lies. The number one issue they are focused on right now is bringing back this illegal alien terrorist to America. But where are the Democrats applauding the fact that southern border crossings just hit a historic low? Where are the Democrats supporting our brave men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every single day to arrest the violent illegal alien invaders that the previous administration allowed into our country? And where are the Democrats when innocent Americans are victimized by illegal criminals that Joe Biden let in? It's appalling and sad that Senator Van Hollen and the Democrats applauding his trip to El Salvador today are incapable of having any shred of common sense or empathy for their own constituents and our citizens. Nobody knows this more than the woman standing to my right, Patty Morin, whose beautiful daughter Rachel was brutally maimed and murdered at the hands of an illegal alien in August of 2023. Patty no longer has her daughter because of the failed Democrat Party's open border, and these are policies that President Trump is bringing an end to. Patty should not have to be here today, but she is, and we are grateful and we are honored for her willingness and her request to share her powerful story with the world. Thank you, Patty.
A lot of you don't know the whole story about Rachel and about the crime that was committed against her. Even us, her family, we didn't know all the details. They kept most of it close to their chest, the detectives, because they didn't want to do anything to hurt the case. They wanted to keep the integrity of the case, so they kept everything close. I sat for the last 2 weeks in her trial, and we saw layer upon layer upon layer of evidence against the accused, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador. And the things that we thought, well, maybe this might have happened, We didn't know, but when we were at the trial, we got all the puzzle pieces. And I want to share some of those things with you. You know that Rachel's a 37-year-old mother. She has 5 children. We walked the trail for the last 25 years that we've lived in Maryland. It's a safe place for our family. It's where we go to get a little bit of New England, because that's where we're from, New England. When she went on that trail that day, she was not planning on dying. She wasn't planning on walking to her death. She was planning on going to the grocery store with her girls afterwards. Victor Martinez, he waited for her. He waited for her to come closer. He saw her. He saw that there was nobody around. He attacked her. He dragged her 150 feet, blood gushing from her head. It left a 150-foot trail of her blood to the culverts, where he picked her up, he threw her against the wall of the tunnel, and he raped her. But before he did that, he stopped on that trail, and rocks, still stained with her blood, he used them to hammer her head against those rocks. They say at least 20 times they could count the cuts in her head. They said that when they did the autopsy, and I've seen the pictures, there's a 6-inch square in the back of her head where the skull is shattered the way that you would crush an eggshell in pieces. 3/4 of her brain hemorrhaged. Her right and left side of her face bashed in. Her beautiful face bashed in. Her head bashed in. Broken bones, fractures. He takes and he drags her some more. He drags her through the thorn bushes. She has all the scrapes and cuts on her body. There wasn't 1 inch of her body that didn't have some kind of injury, whether it's bruising, broken bones, contusions, the scratches. She had a fractured rib, fractured nose, fractured skull. And then he takes her into the tunnel, and he picks her up. He throws her against the wall. Blood is gushing from her head. Her hair is soaked in blood. And they showed us pictures of her body against the wall, outlined. The blood outlined her body. And you could see where the blood ran down around her as he was raping her. And then he threw her down and raped her some more. And then he strangled her because he didn't want her to be able to live to tell the story. They said that when they did the autopsy on her neck, that one of the things they do is they open up the neck and they look to see how far the injury is. And they went all the way down as far as an injury is possible, hemorrhaging in the muscles, because of how strong and violent the group was around her. These are the kind of people that have no compulsion. Like, to them, this is nothing. And when he was sitting in the courtroom, he actually looked like he thought he was going to be set free. There was no remorse on his face at all. This person took my daughter so violently and so gruesomely and so graphically that they sealed the pictures, because I don't want my granddaughters to see these pictures. These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political. like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children. I don't care about politics. Well, I do, but I want to preserve life. And that's the only reason why I have taken and spoken about Rachel all this time. If you're a mother here in the room, can you imagine standing there alive? You're alive, and someone comes and puts their hands into your chest and rips out your heart. That's what it feels like. It feels like a part of you is being ripped out of you. You can't even describe the pain. Just like you can't describe to your husband what it feels like to carry a baby in your womb, or to feel those first kicks, or to know just intuitively if it's a boy or a girl. It's only a thing that a mother knows. Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this. Thank you.
I just want to say that as a mother and as an American citizen, the president and our entire team, and I hope people in this room are grateful for your willingness to come here and your request to share your daughter's story. And I think the country hears you loud and clear. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Patty or for me? No? No? Anybody? Okay. Criminals from our communities. That is why the American people overwhelmingly re-elected him back to this office, and it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today we have officially learned Democrat officials still refuse to accept the will of the American people. Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen rushed to Dulles Airport this morning to fly to El Salvador, potentially using taxpayer dollars, to demand the release of deported, illegal, alien MS-13 terrorists. The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money covering the ears, mouth, and eyes of presidents on various currency denominations. This is a known MS-13 gang symbol of hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Abrego Garcia was also arrested with 2 other well-known members of the vicious MS-13 gang. And 2 separate judges found that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, and that finding has never been disputed. And just this morning, it was revealed through Maryland court documents that Abrego Garcia's wife petitioned for an order of protection against him for 2 instances of domestic violence in May of 2021. And here is the order right here. The court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her. This is from a court in Maryland. So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman beater. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again. And the United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the President of the United States and the Secretary of State could not be compelled to forcibly retrieve this citizen of El Salvador who is currently locked up in a maximum security prison in his home country due to his MS-13 membership. To remind the media and the Democrat Party, MS-13 are among the most vicious and dangerous individuals in this world. They pose a direct threat to the United States, El Salvador, and any other country who maintains basic law and order. MS-13 rapes innocent girls and women, runs sex trafficking operations, murders for sport, and terrorizes law-abiding people. That's why El Salvador President Bukele made it clear this week that he will not be releasing this MS-13 gang member from his prison. But that is not enough. All of that is not enough to stop the Democrat Party from their lies. The number one issue they are focused on right now is bringing back this illegal alien terrorist to America. But where are the Democrats applauding the fact that southern border crossings just hit a historic low? Where are the Democrats supporting our brave men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every single day to arrest the violent illegal alien invaders that the previous administration allowed into our country? And where are the Democrats when innocent Americans are victimized by illegal criminals that Joe Biden let in? It's appalling and sad that Senator Van Hollen and the Democrats applauding his trip to El Salvador today are incapable of having any shred of common sense or empathy for their own constituents and our citizens. Nobody knows this more than the woman standing to my right, Patty Morin, whose beautiful daughter Rachel was brutally maimed and murdered at the hands of an illegal alien in August of 2023. Patty no longer has her daughter because of the failed Democrat Party's open border, and these are policies that President Trump is bringing an end to. Patty should not have to be here today, but she is, and we are grateful and we are honored for her willingness and her request to share her powerful story with the world. Thank you, Patty.
A lot of you don't know the whole story about Rachel and about the crime that was committed against her. Even us, her family, we didn't know all the details. They kept most of it close to their chest, the detectives, because they didn't want to do anything to hurt the case. They wanted to keep the integrity of the case, so they kept everything close. I sat for the last 2 weeks in the trial, and we saw layer upon layer upon layer of evidence against the accused, an illegal immigrant in El Salvador. And the things that we thought, well, maybe this might have happened, we didn't know. When we were at the trial, we got all the puzzle pieces. And I want to share some of those things with you.
And notice I'm not laying
You know
down
that
here
Rachel's
reading
a
information in the
37-year-old?
environment. I'm trying to mitigate as much information by increasing my offset from that piece of cover concealment, driving that leg in line so that if the mistake was to try and come over and not see me, looking at cover. Right? And then I can keep outside of the cover and make it so as I lean out, now I focus up, I engage. So that's what I'm kneeling position. I can also be in a low squat position, and I can possibly be in where low on the start. And the cover that's low on the start. What else could I do? Prone position, pop on the prone, actual alignment, and allow for the right of the fire, and allow for the left of the fire, and the paper on the corner, with this now watch.
This is
what
one
do I
of the
need
best
to watch
one-punch
for when I go
KOs
back
in
up to
boxing.
standing? Yeah. So this whole, I'm down the prone, 2 unsealed, boom, spring up is gonna get you shot in the fucking back of the head. Alright? No burpees out here on the range. We're taking it nice and slow. We're studying, we're observing. I fire my 2. I look, see if I can fire my 2 here. I can't. Now what? Finger goes straight on the trigger, off the trigger. I'm looking to the right. I see Jake. Look to the right. Behind me. That's our working guy go. Where's the most oriented? Downrange. Alright? So we talked about scanning, squatting, kneeling. We talked about traditional throwing, where you're rolling out from left to right side of the horizontal. Now we go into those non-traditional throw positions, that left side or right side. So if you are tied up on cover, say you're in a parking lot and some dickhead parking like an asshole and you're just confined space, you're there with your family and an active shooter in Walmart breaks out, you can't get out. Girl behind you just stops, you're pinned in with your car. You are bailing your family out on the driver's side to get out, and you got a car literally right here. How am I going to be able to effectively engage underneath? I'm going to have to stay in a confined space. So if that means I'm coming up and under and shooting with my rifle like this, or if I lay on my holster side and I'm looking to bail out on the right side to gain that angle of exposure, limiting my angle of view. However, I'm going to have to do that. I need to do that, and I need to do it 100% in the same manner. Right, downrange, off-switching, down-switching, whatever's going to stay for the environment will work. If we're offset of that vehicle, which I have the ability to do, take advantage of it, I'm aligning myself with the axle, the target that I need to do that here. I'm then going to work down into that position. The forward side hand comes off the gun, and now fine braces the ground. I'm now going to work down, and where's the muzzle still pointing? Downrange. I can now roll under, and I can see that target right underneath the car. Oh my God! Make sure you're not handling it going like this. Why? Where could I now impact? Because of what? Mechanical offset. Rifles are a big one. So make sure it's laterally framed and you're not favoring just left of the tire. You're way out here from the tire. Rifle or pistol. Same thing with that left side. Now, recovering from this position is the same exact thing. I'm going to get back behind the tire, keep that muzzle pointed downrange, look at Jake, check what's happening behind me, and then I'm going to work back up to standing. Now, what did I do? I immediately swerved my hips and shoulders to be where? Square back downrange. Now I can work back up to standing, both rifle and pistol. When we're talking body positioning, what the fuck am I even talking about? I don't care if my muzzle is, or my angle of my gun is this direction. I've got a good supported position, utilizing sling tension and running my magazine into the car, running my rail down on the car, and pulling back into that rearward recoil. But is my body positioning like this? Is it like this? No. My body position is what? Loaded up into the car. Are my feet offset, or are they like a bipod? And do bipods do this? No, bipods are loaded up into the gun, supporting that position of the firearm. So I'm exemplifying the same action here with my body position. Good erect spine, nice tall upper extremity, and my knees are locked out, right? My knees are locked out for the only reason of felt recoil. What's the difference between these two rounds and how the gun doesn't move at all in comparison to these two rounds? Watch my body position. Alright, and then as far as what I'm seeing and what I'm aware of my optics doing and how it's deviating, My reticle jumped all the way to 11 o'clock and came back on this, to where it's just going up to the head and settling back down center when I have my body square to target. The same exact thing when I'm here and I'm lower. So now I'm lower, what's my body position? Straight behind the gun and locked out. Watch the felt recoil, watch how it impacts the movement of my gun. And then now I'm going to be aware of what it's actually doing in my optic. Right? 2 fast hits, and is my body moving and shifting? And my sights are resetting in a very consistent manner, so I'm able to predict that they're going to jump from 12 to drop right back down to 6, so I can run those quarter-second splits. As soon as I do something like this, what's the difference? Off the target, and now I'm about 6 feet up into the left-hand side. I have to now drive this sight back and fire again. And you guys feel a lot more, see more movement that way. All right, so I'm blocking these legs out. Again, hand goes through the sling, and now I'm building sling tension behind my back, and I'm locking the that posture, good erect posture into that gun, making sure that I'm doing as best as I can to mitigate that recoil, so I can get those sights reset back down the target in a much more efficient manner. Hey, Sam! That's a case of beer right there, bro! I'm got it on film too!
God dang it, you would.
Kept going on the ground, dog!
That was the loudest one I heard. Oh, dude, that was ugly.
On there.
Hi, we're filming on location today in beautiful downtown Lincoln City, and today is using cars as cover, part 2. Now in part 1 we covered mainly what kind of projectiles the car could stop and which parts of the car were better to hide behind. And people brought up a couple of things such as bullets ricocheting under a car and hitting you, and that's a good point. I'd like to demonstrate that, but I can't find any place with a paved road where it's okay to shoot. Another point I want to bring up is, if you have a fairly low car to hide behind, like my 77 Firebird, and you're standing on a sidewalk, the height of the curb and the lowness of the car will almost completely eliminate the chance of any bullets ricocheting under that car and hitting you. Another thing we want to cover today is, although a car can be adequate cover, it's not necessarily the best, especially if you have other choices. And you look where I am right now on the sidewalk, I do have some other choices, like this really big tree. Another thing is the angle of this bank. If the shooting were about to start, I might very well just jump down here, and this hillside creates a defilade that will be excellent cover. Not only that, I could work my way down that hill and get myself completely out of the situation. And that's a really good idea. The one thing you don't want to do when you have choices is stand here and wonder, let's see, car, tree, hill, and spend a lot of time making up your mind. Let me tell you an anecdote. A while ago I was hunting from a blind, and we're looking out the gun ports in the front of the blind. Well, this blind did not have any windows in the back of it. That's okay, I was assured the deer would never come up behind the blind. Well, these particular deer must not have read the rule book, because they came up behind us. And I look over the blind, and there they are. So I tell Nick, hey, go! Well, he can't get on his tiptoes and shoot over that, so he just steps out the door of the blind to take the shot. Well, as soon as he steps out the door, 2 of these deer instantly bolted. The third deer looked up, hey, why are you guys running? Pow! And it was all over. Sometimes you gotta make your decision really fast. Now, what we also want to talk about today is some of the tactics of shooting from behind a car. So, let's drive out to the field and fire a few shots.
Now I'm in good shape, but whoever's playing Reed over here, he's kind of screwed. And remember, we are filming in the field today, so please put up with all the litter and all kinds of noise in the background. Now, when you're using the car as cover and you're trying to shoot back at an adversary, there's some things I want to point out. As we saw in part 1, using the trunk as cover is barely better than nothing. Using the doors is better. However, this is probably not something you want to do. And getting behind the engine compartment is the best way to go. And I also have to point out that here in the United States, most cars have the engine in front, but not all of them. Now, some viewers pointed out that in addition to being behind the engine, it's a good idea to stay behind the wheels if you can, and that is a very good idea. They will provide more cover. So if you're in this position and you're shooting at a target that's this direction, there's many techniques to use, and I want to show you 2 of them. One is coming up into a kneeling position using the hood as a stabilization platform. It has the advantage of really increasing accuracy, but it's got some disadvantages. One being getting in this position might take some time. Another is that it's not all that maneuverable. A big disadvantage is if bullets hit this hood and ricochet, they will probably ricochet at a fairly shallow angle, which might ricochet them right into me. So another technique is to get back a few feet, still staying behind the wheel if you can, and shoot from a crouched position. This has the advantage of, it's not perfect, but it will increase the chances that those ricochets will go over your head. Yeah, we do. Now let's try our crouch technique. Let's take a look at the target. Now, while using the hood as a rest, I shot the target on the right. This is actually 2 hits, so accuracy is not bad. From the crouch position, this is 3 hits. Accuracy suffered quite a bit. Now let's try those same 2 techniques with a slide action shotgun. When you're using the hood as a rest, this can cause you some problems because you're trying to use your rest arm as your arm to work the slide. You saw my partner had some problems trying to use the door as a rest. It also brings up the question, if you're using a shotgun with buckshot, why do you need to shoot from a bench rest? The problem you get trying to shoot from the squatting is that you're trying to shoot a heavy recoil shotgun from an unstable position. But let's try both of these and see how they work. And now let's try the squat. So the recoil, not too bad. Now I've pasted up the shot holes at the targets and moved them out to 20 yards. And let's try those same 2 techniques with a rifle. Rifles come with their own list of concerns. The biggest one being that on AR platform rifles and many others, the sights are fairly high off the barrel. Right now, I'm perfectly sighted up. Remember, the idea is to shoot at your adversary, not shoot the louvers off. But let's try both techniques. And the squat position. Let's take a look at the target. Using the hood as a stabilization platform, I fired 4 shots, and there they are. Not bad. Shooting from the squatting, I fired 3 shots. 2 of them hit the target and 1 was below. Accuracy suffered a little bit. Also, the damage to our target frame occurred because with this field expedient target frame, part of what keeps it stable are I put a couple of rocks in there.
I hit one of them, and that's the damage that was. But there's one more very important thing I want to show you about shooting this type of rifle in association with a car.
Now, we've talked about shooting over the car. What about shooting under the car? Well, if it's some kind of truck or SUV that has good ground clearance, you get down and prone, try to stay behind the wheel if you can, and just shoot. But a conventional car like this one, there isn't all that much space. And so with a rifle like this, it's going to end up being canted at 90 degrees one way or the other. I've got my target out there at 20 yards, and I put up new target centers and pasted the shot holes. Let's shoot this rifle at a 90-degree angle and see what that does to our point of impact. Now let's can it the other direction and shoot left-handed. Now let's take a look at the target.
Now this target was fired with the rifle canted 90 degrees to port. The other target with it canted 90 degrees to starboard. And in both cases, for me, it hit low. The difference in group size is because I can shoot right-handed better than I can left-handed. But these are the results that I got with my rifle. The direction and degree of deviation from the point of aim is going to be determined by the shooter, the rifle, the type of sights, and the distance being fired. And the only way you're going to know what results you're going to get is that you have to take your rifle to the range, shoot it canted one way, then the other, and see what results you get.
What's the takeaway from all of this? Well, this is a topic I could have gone on about ad astra, but I just wanted to hit a few of the high points. And I'm using my 1972 Roadrunner today because it's the lowest sitting car that I own, so it really makes a good platform with which to do that 90-degree angle demonstration. But there's two main things I want you to take away from this. First, cars can be good cover, but not necessarily the best. But what you don't want to do is spend very much time at all vacillating over which cover you should get behind. The second thing is, don't shoot your hood off. So as always, don't try this at home and watch Called Professional, and thanks for watching the Using Cars as Cover Part 2 video.
Harry?
Champ. She's still crying about that damn girl.
To fly to El Salvador, to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen.
I know, right? Niggas not even American citizen. Send their ass back home. You're not even gang. You niggas are not even fucking gang. I did not know you before, then you are not gang.
Ever seen, run by one of the greatest
visionaries
of all time, not just our time, Jetson. NVIDIA's advanced chips are the key to everything from agentics and thinking bots to humanoid robots, self-driving cars. Its chips practically sell themselves and are at the heart of the new industrial revolution. Now, this is a company that makes our nation proud. No country wants to be left behind in the Industrial Revolution, particularly one based on AI, right? And no country like China wants to be left behind. For NVIDIA, China's the best kind of customer they could possibly have. I'm sure that China would happily buy huge numbers of chips. They'd probably buy all the chips. But what NVIDIA didn't know was that it was selling its chips to an enemy nation. I don't blame them for not knowing, because nobody knew. At least nobody was operating under the rules of either President Biden or the previous president, President Trump. China was very open for business under those two. Sure, in his first term, President Trump was no friend of the People's Republic of China, but he wasn't a rabid hater either. Then again, China did go more opposition, although it's not like it was ever a secret that the PRC was an authoritarian dictatorship with global ambitions, sometimes antithetical to that of our own. Both parties now want to contain China. The Biden administration decided to limit some dumbed-down NVIDIA chips, literally ones that were nowhere near as good as the cutting-edge stuff that you can sell here. It was a shocking move, but even NVIDIA's lesser chips were fast enough that China lapped them up. They even found a way to string together, produce more efficient AI models like DeepSeek. So those sanctions did backfire. At that point, two imperatives burst forward in the new administration. One, the Trump team realized that NVIDIA's dumbed-down H20 chips were way too powerful for a country that's now a serious rival in pretty much everything. If you're putting an effective economic embargo on China, you shouldn't be sending them potato chips, let alone microchips. Second, the Trump team decided that companies like NVIDIA and Apple should move their manufacturing back home and do so pronto. Trump time! But everybody knows that America is a very expensive place to manufacture things. If you want to successfully mass-produce great products at affordable prices, you need to move your manufacturing overseas, to countries with lower wages or countries where the government more or less is subsidizing manufacturing. like China. We practice free market capitalism in this country, and the free market wants you to outsource. If you're a rich, developed country, and you try to make this stuff domestically, you end up being like Research in Motion, aka BlackBerry. The Canadian also ran a smartphone player. But those are the rules now. So NVIDIA commits to producing up to $500 billion AI infrastructure here in the US. They already started making Blackwell chips in Arizona. They're going to make supercomputers in Texas. Yes! Now here's where things get interesting. The president is known for being the most serious practitioner of the art of the deal, correct? You agree with me, right? When we saw that NVIDIA was going to make $500 billion with its computers and so much other stuff here, Wall Street mistakenly believed that there had to be some sort of quid pro quo. NVIDIA would spend big here to increase its domestic manufacturing footprint, and Trump would leave NVIDIA alone elsewhere. NVIDIA never said there was a quid pro quo, though. But how do you do $500 billion worth of business and not think that you get something out of it? And the answer is you did get something out of it. You get to build in the highest cost country in the world. The one that has few engineers and tough environmental regulations. Doesn't sound like a great deal to me, but it was the only one that seemed to be over. The same thing happened to Apple. Like so many companies, they realize that they want to dominate the world, they need to dominate China. So Apple takes advantage of the situation, builds the vast majority of phones over there. Americans get cheap iPhones, we all love it, everybody wins. But when tensions rise with China, Apple picks Vietnam to diversify from China. A friendly country, but one that's known also as a transhipper of Chinese goods. At first it seems fine. Then Trump, too, comes in, and their escape valve even gets hit with a huge tariff. So they got huge business in China. Vietnam, no. It's almost like you can run, but you can't hide. Apple's done so much to create new jobs in this country, but there are not many manufacturing jobs, although they have partnered with other companies to do a lot of manufacturing here. Instead, Apple creates service jobs, especially in software. Millions of them. That's a pillar of our economy. But for whatever reason, nobody in Washington seems to care that much about protecting the all-important service sector. Bizarrely, with this administration, service jobs don't seem to count. So when Trump comes back in and starts talking tariffs, Apple knows it's in a jam. They commit to doing more than $500 billion worth of investments in this country over the next 4 years. Could there be a quid pro quo? Does Apple get anything for that $500 billion? Yes! It gets a real expensive country to do business in with not enough engineers to go around because our country doesn't produce a lot of them. Last night, not long after we thought that NVIDIA could still sell China those H20 chips, we found out that was over too, and it had to take a $5.5 billion charge. For all intents and purposes, NVIDIA may be done with China. If that's the case, Wall Street acted as if they were done with NVIDIA, and its stock got crushed down almost 7%. Apple's got some sort of stay of execution to move out of China. I no longer trust or believe there will be an electronics exception that will give the company anything near a permanent break. The clock is ticking. I don't know if the Trump administration believes in the greatness of Apple any more than they believe in the greatness of NVIDIA. It seems to me nothing to them versus creating a successful Chinese embargo. That's their imperative. It's fine. He's the president, not us. Not like that. I keep getting a feeling that the White House doesn't think either company is a good actor, no matter what they do. Somehow our leaders seem to think that Jensen Huang and Tim Cook do in this country what they do just isn't important. It's the building of the inside of the phone that matters to them. It's like how they don't like the assembly of cars here. They want the engines built here too. Intellectual property is no more important than any other property. Like boardwalks equal to the Mediterranean. Poor place is boring. If you think this is bad policy, I got some news for you, partner. It doesn't matter what you think or what I think. It only matters what they think. Now, it's starting to dawn on people that there's no immunity from the president's wrath on the issue. Just like there's no immunity for any law firm that's ever gotten on his bad side, or any university for that matter, if it's too woke. We don't trade law firms or colleges here. It just doesn't work. I mean, I've tried. But we do trade stocks. And we're recognizing a theme here. When a company decides to do business with China, no amount of tribute to the American economy can make up for it, at least in the eyes of the White House. And don't think that going to Vietnam matters. This isn't 2018, this is 2025. Vietnam's apparently not good enough. It's here or nowhere for these guys. So what happens? The NASDAQ inevitably gets crushed with the NVIDIA leading the decline because it's been a good supplier to the Chinese. You will hear from others today that it was all about Jay Powell, the Fed chief. They couldn't be more wrong. I mean, honestly, just because the guys on TV don't make them right. The battle to contain China has everyone on edge. A quarter of a point here is meaningless versus this stuff, the real stuff. The stuff that's pile driving everything here. It's not in Chicago with the Fed chief, much as I like that guy. The bottom line, in this new world, Any company that outsources their manufacturing is a target. And short of moving everything back to America, which is impossible, there may not be anything they can do to make it up for it, including spending $500 billion to try to change the brand new equation, the embargo on China. Robert in Alabama. Robert.
Hey, Jim. Thank you very much for taking my call.
My pleasure, Robert. What's up?
I want to say one thing, and I've got a question for you. You have single-handedly changed my life. I was.
Oh my God! See, they do that shit every damn day. And they say you single-handedly changed my life. That nigga didn't do a goddamn thing, bro.
And last year I bought a house in Florida for $750,000 and paid cash for it, all with the money that you helped me make.
Get on down.
Smoking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for telling me that, because, I get up at 3:30 in the morning and I'm thinking, what the heck am I doing here? I know what I'm doing. I'm praying for Robert. I'm praying for Robert, Alabama, to buy a cash house. Makes me a winner.
I think you changed a lot of people's lives for the better, for sure.
Well, sweet home Alabama here. Let's make some money again.
Okay. My question is, do you think
this nigga lying. Hey, damn day, like you got today, come out here, act like you fucking man.
It's reasonable for just a short-term trade.
No. I think the world Lisa Sue, but we're going to try to limit, as I said in the club, we are going to try to limit our exposure to what I regard as being a charnel house, a semiconductor charnel house. Not unlike the Guernica painting I like at the Modern Museum. It's really terrific. All right, anyway, thank you for those kind of comments. Holy cow. See, I told you I was a good guy. Look at the staff, Look, I think it's starting to dawn on people that no one is immune from the president's trade agenda, including companies that, like NVIDIA and Apple. That's okay. It's the great China trade embargo. I mean, after post-earnings pop from Prologis today, I got the CEO to hear how the logistics industry is shaping by these tariff headlines. 4% yield there, by the way. Then how are companies supposed to give guidance when faced with an uncertain market? I'm running through the latest comments from United Airlines after last night's report. Those guys are doing well. And later, where do small businesses stand after today's sell-off and the latest tariff turbulence? I got the CEO of HR payroll company Paychecks, which is now with Paycor, to learn more. So stay with Kramer.
Don't miss a second of Mad Money. Follow @Jim Kramer on X. Have a question? Tweet Kramer. #MadMentions. Send Jim an email to madmoney@cnbc.com or give us a call at 1-800-743-CNBC. Miss something? Head to madmoney.cnbc.com.
Hello everyone, I'm Julie Sweet. Welcome to another edition of Reinvented with Accenture. Today is a very special episode. Normally we're talking about reinventing a company. Today we're talking about reinventing a country.
Payments have to be fast, they have to be secure, they have to be convenient, and they have to be inclusive. Those are things which are not negotiable. And when you think about it, there is no single commercial transactions which doesn't rely on a payment at some point.
If you're looking for the one, find the home with a short commute to work. Find the one in a great school district. And find it exclusively in professionally sourced listings. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Oh, I hate these things.
Yeah, sometimes you just want a human.
Can we get a human over here?
That's one of the great things about Consumer Cellular. Their 100% US-based customer service is also 100% human. You don't have to, you don't have to talk to a bunch of robots, just humans in America.
Robots are the worst.
Yeah, I think it's mad at us. For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage and your second month free, call Consumer Cellular.
I was tired of being told no to my dreams. But Shopify made it easy to get this brand going. Now we can even take golf to a realm that we've never seen before. We're Eastside Golf and we're powered by Shopify.
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes? Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2500, and right now it's $500 off at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. Go to 4patriots.com now and save $500.
No brain during rush hour. Some allergy medications can make you drowsy, but Allegra is different. Traffic jam? We got this. See? On time.
Allegra is fast, 24-hour allergy relief with 0% brain interference. It's a no-brainer.
Get ready for a big deal. Astound Mobile is here. Now you can get one free mobile line on us, or get 2 lines for $20. Astound Mobile runs on one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. With Astound Internet and mobile, you can do it all. Stream, game, shop, talk, and text. It's a big deal. Don't wait. Get Astound Mobile today, because reliable mobile and internet is a big deal.
Nature. You always know the right time to call. When life plays dirty, water wipes. Water wipes, world's purest wipes for sensitive skin.
Now we've got a 10% tariff on exports from the entire world, an effective embargo on most Chinese merchandise aside from electronics. What does it mean for the logistics industry? Take Prologis, the real estate investment trust that mainly owns warehouses and fulfillment centers for e-commerce. Naturally, the stock's been hammered over the past month and a half, although it's rebounded nicely from its lows last week. Now, this morning, Prologis reported a slightly better than expected quarter. Management reiterated their full-year forecast. In response, stock rallied nearly 2% on an otherwise horrible day. So could this be an attractive entry point, or is there just too much worry about this to get behind it right now? Let's talk with Hamid Moghadam. He is the co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Prologis. Hamid, welcome back to Make Money.
Thank you, Jim. Good to be with you.
All right, I got a theory, sir. When this stock yields 4%, it's an unbelievable opportunity. It has been for as long as I've known you, but this one surprised me. Why would it yield 4% when people need warehouses more than they've ever needed in the world?
I have no idea, Jim. So all I can tell you is that our customers are continuing to lease space. Look, there's going to be some pause in some level of business activity, but the year certainly started stronger than we thought. Even in the last 2 weeks, since the tariff discussions have really accelerated, we've been leasing space. Again, it's softened a little bit in the last 2 weeks, but it's not like it's a dead market. So I never try to understand what the stock market is doing. I try to see what our customers are doing and what the earnings trajectory is, and I feel comfortable with our business, and I know we have the balance sheet to take us through any kind of a downturn.
Well,
so I'm actually optimistic.
I don't blame you. I mean, if I were a big import or something, and I was afraid that tariffs are going to go up, I think I would reach out to you personally and say, look, I'm in a jam. I need maybe a 6 to 8 month lease. Can I take a year lease? Maybe, I don't know whether you're able to prorate or anything like that, but I would call you because I think this is an emergency, sir. I don't think people realize it's an emergency, and they need to speak to someone like you who has been through other emergencies to know what the hell to do.
Absolutely. You know, every one of these downturns, whether it's the early days of COVID or the global financial crisis, or many others that we've been through during the course of the last 42 years, they're all different. But at the end of the day, life goes on. Our business is tied to consumption. We don't really care as much about where goods are being made. We really care about where they're being consumed.
Okay,
and
man,
where they're being consumed is where people are and where the income and disposable income is. So those things are pretty static. And I'm not trying to be Pollyannish about this. I mean, this is certainly the uncertainty is weighing on the market and our customers' decisions. But it's not the end of the world.
No, I mean, not only you're not being Pollyannish, but I'm going to go a step further. There were times when I was concerned about the Southland. And I said, wait a second, sir, you're in the 80s here, 80%. And you told me not to worry about it. It will come back. It's a vibrant area. And every one of those came back, even though you could argue that, that things are wrong with the economy. You know when things are going to bounce back because you've been around.
Exactly. By the way, our customers are doing exactly what you just talked about. They were front-loading demand for sure, bringing stuff in before the tariffs took place. And even during this 90-day pause, they're trying to get as much stuff as they can in the country. So we are having a lot of demand for surge space, and a sector of our customers are third-party logistic providers. And that sector particularly, which deals with fluctuations in demand, is very much in the business of leasing space today, those customers.
Now, I also know when I was talking to people at Amazon, they are more and more convinced that they have to have same day, even if possible, same hour. I can't figure out how they could ever do same hour without Prologis and where you are.
Well, there is a possibility. I mean, they could invent a transporter and borrow it from Star Trek and beam it in, but other than that, the higher the level of service becomes, from 2 day to 1 day to 2 hours, the more warehouse and inventory you need a stage closer to the customer. That's kind of the laws of physics, and we're well positioned for that because we control a lot of real estate around the major metro areas, not just in the U.S., but everywhere in the world. And these consumption centers don't move like tariff policies do. They're pretty static.
All right, just tell me what are you thinking about data center build out? You know, the theory right now on Wall Street is that the data center business is slowing down rather dramatically. I can't find that. It's not, I go out on the ground, I don't get that story, but you are in the thick of things. Tell me whether you think it's slowing down dramatically or it's doing just fine.
I think it was a bit overheated towards the end of the last year, and everybody and their brother was talking about getting into the data center business. So you were seeing a lot of headlines, and but the hyperscalers that are driving most of this, there are 5 or 6 of them. I can think of 2 or 3 of them that are actually increasing their needs, and I know of one who's spoken about pulling back. And of course, the market focuses on that one that is talked about slowing down. So we see the customer interest in data centers going strong, and the obviously real issue is procuring the power. Now this quarter we actually got 400 megawatts of extra power, and now we have 3.4 gigawatts of power that is available or will be available shortly, and that's a lot of power to complete our data center activity.
Now, would you be then teamed up with like a CoreWeave, a switch? I mean, who is the actual guy who wants that power?
Well, the hyperscalers directly want that power. Who operates the facility for them? They can do it directly. They can do it through a CoreWeave or other providers. But at the end of the day, it's the 5 or 6 big hyperscalers that are driving the demand for the large data centers. Now, there's a whole other business, which is the cloud business, much closer to the customer, that doesn't consume these hundreds of megawatts. They're more in the 20 and 30, and that business goes on like it always did. That business hasn't died. It just doesn't get talked about quite as much.
Well, I tell you, I actually feel better about the world after talking to you. There's a lot of hysteria. Hysteria doesn't make anybody money. There was hysteria in 2007, 2009. You kept your cool head then. That's why I'm so glad that you're on with us now. And I still hope that you'll come on for a couple more quarters. Will you do that for me?
Thank you. I will for sure.
All right. Thank you so much. That's Hamid Moghadam. He's the chairman and CEO of Prologis, one of my favorite stocks, literally since 2007. PLD. Thank you so much, Hamid. Good to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Mad Money's back after the break.
Coming up, a tale of 2 earnings. Kramer's taking a look at how United Airlines is forecasting 2 different earnings guidances amid tariff uncertainty and what it means for the stock and its investors. Next. Start streaming. Go to CNBC.com/plus now. Celebrate 20 years of Mad Money.
Who does a one-man show about business? It's insane.
CEOs and industry insiders tell the unlikely story of how Jim Cramer transformed investing in America.
His audience is anybody, anywhere that wants to learn more about stocks and has a dream.
The moments.
He has no idea what it's like out there.
The madness. The memories. The Mad Money 20th Anniversary Special. Tuesday, April 29th, 7 Eastern. CNBC.
Did you know taking Zysol at night relieves allergy while you sleep? So you wake refreshed for a more productive day. Get 24-hour continuous relief that does not fade. Be wise all, take Zysol at night.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Hey, sweetie.
Honey, everything okay?
What happened, hon?
My friends are having a sleepover without me.
Well, we're sleepover experts. Pizza. Coco's good. Skincare with your gecko roll.
So, good sleepover?
I guess so.
What? I prank called Grandma 4 times.
Yeah, Grandma is very confused.
We put our heart into celebrating moms. We're local farmers, bakers, florists, and makers who grow and create with a passion. 1-800 Flowers for Mom with Love.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school. It's a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. That's why at UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and job experience. Why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition, and why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond.
No application fee if you apply by May 30th at umgc.edu.
If your clients are only investing in public markets, they're missing out on the 90% of companies that are privately owned. Maybe it's time for a bigger pond. Start building wealth for your clients with private market investments.
Guys.
This is the start of a cyber attack.
That is not good.
Reach.
What? Never mind, I'll be right there.
Yep, ransomware. And this is the chaos it causes. But what if you could rewind to before the attack? Commvault recovers not just your data, but your business 10 times faster.
Like it never happened.
It's the fastest, most complete recovery anywhere. So you can be a continuous business.
So far this earnings season, the great dilemma is how the heck are you supposed to deal with your guidance? How do you come up with a forecast when you got no idea what the future's going to look like? I don't have it, you don't have it, they don't have it. In just the past few weeks, we've had to process the introduction of a sudden mass tariff agenda, including a 10% base tariff rate on all imported goods, tariff rates that could be as high as 245% on goods from China, 25% on Canada and Mexico, with some very high tariffs on every other country, set to go into effect in less than 90 days. Sure, there have been some exemptions and modifications, but the White House keeps talking about rolling in some sectoral tariffs on top of everything else, even as sectoral is beyond my ken. That makes it impossible for companies to figure out their own costs, especially because we don't know how long the tariffs will be in place or when the next ones might be coming. And that doesn't even get into the ripple effects. We've got retaliatory tariffs from many of our trading partners. China's no longer taking delivery of Boeing planes. There's been a sudden drop in tourism. The whole thing's a bit of a mess. So aside from purely domestic companies with little economic sensitivity, how on earth can executives give you any kind of forecast for 2025 here? Coming into earnings season, I figured most of them would just simply pull their outlooks. I mean, who'd blame them? But now that we're almost a week in, we're seeing some pretty creative solutions. The big banks mostly reiterate their full-year forecasts, but the banks mostly don't offer formal guidance for things like revenue or earnings per share to begin with. Citi does, though, and while they've mostly left their full-year guidance unchanged, they also said that, quote, subject to macro and market conditions, end quote. Yeah, well, that's what you should do, right? That should go without saying. So when they do say it, you know they're not too sure about where the economy's headed. At JP Morgan, CEO Jamie Dimon said that, quote, the economy is facing considerable turbulence, including geopolitics, with the potential positives of tax reform and deregulation and the potential negatives of tariffs and trade wars ongoing. Those. You know what? Hey, they could have just said hope for the best, expect the worst. They didn't do that. Very positive. A number of companies have beaten the estimates for the quarter and chosen to merely maintain their full-year forecast, implying that it's because of uncertainty from the tariffs. That happened with Prologis, the logistics real estate investment trust, whom we just heard from before the break, when it reported this morning. Hey, how about Abbott Labs? Yes, Charitable Trust name. They reported a solid quarter this morning. Implicitly said they previously thought about raising their full-year forecast because business was so good, but decided not to after the tariffs hit. Stock shot up 3%, almost 3% today, because given even maintaining their guidance is a pretty strong sign of confidence in this market. And watch, by the way, weaker dollar going to help them. Keep your head out of the sand. The weaker dollar is good. But the most interesting responses we've seen so far came from two large airlines, Delta and United. Delta reported last Thursday, turning a small revenue miss, solid 7-cent earnings beat off a 39-cent basis. Looking forward, though, Delta declined to reaffirm its full-year earnings forecast because the environment's too uncertain and they just don't have enough visibility. By the way, this stock had popped 23% the previous day after most of the Liberation Day tariffs were paused for 90 days. Then it fell over 11% last Thursday because management pulled the guidance. Delta's being conservative here. They know it's impossible to predict the future when the White House can change its aggressive trade policy on a dime. So they wouldn't even try. United, though, this is really interesting. United Airlines took a very different approach. Last night, they reported a surprisingly strong quarter with inline sales up 5% year-over-year, 17-cent earnings beat off a 74-cent basis. But the stock, which was already down from 116 in January to 67 at last night's close, barely got any credit, finishing down a penny today. Why? Because United decided to be diligent about its guidance and gave us two sets of forecasts, one for a stable economic environment and one for a recessionary environment. Management says, quote, it's impossible to predict this year with any degree of certainty, end quote. So what they're doing, they're laying out multiple scenarios. And instead, I thought this was brilliant. United conceded the macro